that eustachian tube, and for a lot of patients, it works pretty well. And then they don't have to worry about having that tube placed. But either one can be done in the office typically.
Really? So it's not that big a deal, huh?
No, it's not. I mean, sometimes even when a patient gets a bad sinus infection, they'll have a similar issue with the swelling of the eustachian tube. And if the medicine doesn't take care of it, it can last a while. And for a lot of people who need to be able to hear for work or just don't like the feeling of being almost deaf in one ear, we do those procedures.
Well, the thing about not hearing is, number one, hearing loss is associated with Alzheimer's, although I'm not sure if that's actually true or anecdotally true, because what happens is you feel like you start to exclude someone from a conversation when you know they're not hearing you. And I see that happens a lot with my dad. We don't mean it, but we run over him like a truck. You know what I'm saying? Like, because he doesn't hear, we have the conversation anyway, and then we try and catch him up later. And we can see that
that's exactly right.
Right? Yeah. And so it's not nice, frankly. And we try not to do it, but I know that we do it anyway because our family's a lot of fast talkers. And it's not nice. And I would love my dad to, frankly, be able to hear better in the moment instead of having to play catch-up all the time. Also, because of his age, people will assume that he's not as cognitively with it as he is, but he's completely cognitively with it. It's just that he doesn't hear that well.
Yeah, no, it's a very common scenario. Unfortunately, when people are less socially active and one thing that we do know is people who live alone are at much higher risk for various types of dementia. So I think you're exactly right that that's probably the driving force for that correlation between hearing loss and dementia. It's just that as people are less socialized, then that kind of accelerates that process.
We're chatting with Dr. Aaron Kandanoff at 203-333-9422. He's an ear, nose, and throat specialist who does an awful lot of sinus surgery. And this is, of course, hay fever season. Can you explain the process by which our sinuses get infected, doctor? What happens to us?
Yeah, so typically what happens is if you imagine your sinuses are essentially a network of plumbing, and the actual sinus cavity is kind of like a septic tank. So you kind of have to be continuously, the mucus which is produced in the sinuses is meant to kind of filter out any junk, any particles that get caught up in the nose, and they're meant to be expelled from the sinuses and ultimately from the nose. If the sinus passageways get too swollen, then that mucus gets backed up, and when it gets backed up, it's no longer flowing, and it sits there for a while, it gets infected, and then you have a true bacterial sinus infection. And if this is something that's just an ongoing process, you have chronic sinusitis, which after several years, at a certain point, it just kind of, the inflammation from the infection, it perpetuates the swelling, and then it's kind of very difficult to treat with medicine alone. And at that point, we have to do surgery to kind of open up the sinus passageways, making all the drainage passageways much bigger and taking out all the infected mucus.
I have an issue with one of my teeth where it seems like I have fluid that comes in from my sinus and it sits on top of a tooth. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, some people will, especially after having a tooth pulled, some people will even develop what's called the oral antral fistula, which is the mucus from the sinus, or any kind of liquid that gets into the sinus will drain into the mouth. That can happen after certain dental extractions. Some people, their tooth roots are actually long enough that they pierce into the sinus, or if certain dental procedures, they accidentally get into the sinus cavity. And then you can have a similar scenario, or you can just have where the root of the tooth is exposed into the sinus. It can cause chronic infections because the teeth have a lot of associated bacteria. And when that happens, depending on where the issue is, sometimes we have to treat the sinus for that as well, to kind of open it up and drain the infection.
You know, it's really a mess. When people have sinus infections and they press their cheek like right underneath the cheekbone, under the eye. It can be very tender. It can hurt. You can get terrible sinus headaches. How do you know if something is a sinus headache versus any other kind of a headache?
Yeah, that's a good question. It can be hard to tell. That kind of initial example you described, someone kind of pushing under their eye and it being tender, that's usually a pretty good indication that it's like a true sinusitis. Kind of just a generalized headache where it's just kind of throughout the forehead. Typically, that's usually more so related to congestion, although if it did happen just all of a sudden and it's tender to the touch, that can definitely also be a sinus infection. But it can be tricky to tell. So for anything like that, we do tend to look into the nose with a small camera we have in the office, and we check the sinuses themselves, and we can see with our own eyes if there's an infection that's causing those symptoms.
We're chatting with Dr. Aaron Kandinov, who's the lead doctor for Northwell's newly opened ENT practice, which is based in White Plains. So, doctor, in the field of ear, nose, and throat, have there been a lot of less invasive kinds of things in your field, or is it basically to visit an ENT today would be similar to visiting an ENT of 20 years ago?
Oh, no, definitely ENT is one of the fields that's been changed the most with advancing technology, specifically for nasal issues. The surgeries for those used to be quite brutal and very long and intensive. Now, all of those surgeries are done endoscopically for the most part, so there's very little cutting. Never really have any bruising. The post-op bleeding is significantly less. So patients tolerate it a lot better, and we get a lot better outcomes than we did in the past. We have different technologies such as CT navigation, where we can actually see where we are in the sinuses on a scan at the same time when we're looking at it with the camera, and then there's a scan that's showing us exactly where that is relative to all the anatomy. So that helps us get exactly to where we need to go to open up the precise sinuses that are causing the issue. And then there's a lot more in-office procedures which are done now to treat things ranging from different types of nasal congestion, chronic nasal drip, and then, for example, what I mentioned earlier, the eustachian tube balloon as well.
So in other words, not just a Kleenex constantly. Here's your nose. Here's the runny nose. Here it is. Here's the runny nose. Here's the Kleenex.
Yeah, hopefully not.
Do you like what you do?
Oh, definitely. I really feel very fortunate that I'm an ENT, and it's an exciting time to be an ENT. It's especially when I was applying, it was one of the most competitive fields, and you can definitely see why. I mean, it's just luckily we have good outcomes. Patients are generally very happy, which makes our lives a lot easier and less stressful.
Well, we have a tremendously aging population, and as people age, they tend to lose their hearing. It's one of the faculties that goes quickly. And with the noise that we're surrounded by in modern day and all the people putting earbuds in their ears, we're going to have more people losing their hearing sooner than ever. I was hoping that the ENT world would lead the way towards trying to get rid of the noise in restaurants and trying to get rid of such loud noises at places where there's music, because I was told by my local ENT here that it's not my imagination, that loud noise really is more disturbing to my brain as I get older, and that this is a very real phenomenon.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, definitely, the causes of hearing loss, definitely include having chronic loud noise exposure. I mean, back in the day, it was often more so people who worked in factories and on the assembly lines. You still definitely have a lot of patients who work in construction who, for whatever, even though we have pretty good standards for health and safety on jobs, but sometimes people aren't able to get the proper ear protection or aren't really able to wear it throughout the day. But that definitely contributes to hearing loss over time. Any kind of a scenario where you're in a particularly noisy environment for hours consistently can definitely contribute to hearing loss.
We have one more question for you, Doctor. This is question: Are there advances in sleep apnea for those with deviated septums and other sinus issues? For spouses everywhere who don't want to live with snoring people, and for the people themselves. Go ahead.
Yeah, definitely. That's a good question. As far as snoring specifically, oftentimes helping treat the deviated septum will help with that. Now, really, if it is truly a deviated septum, the only real fix for that is surgery, is a septoplasty. Now, the septoplasty surgery it's a pretty simple surgery, but the way we do it has evolved a lot, again, with those new technologies since back in the day. So I think the outcomes for septoplasty surgery for somebody who does the more modern techniques are a lot better than the ways that we've done it in the past. As far as true sleep apnea, when you get into the moderate and severe range, and it's not just snoring, the most surefire treatment traditionally has been a CPAP machine, and that is still kind of the tried and true guarantee. Obviously, a lot of things can contribute to how severe the sleep apnea is, and things like weight loss are a big part of it. A lot of the new medications for weight reduction have seen a benefit of people who once had sleep apnea who no longer have it, or it's just some snoring, and then you have when you have much more mild disease, it's a lot easier to treat with a lot of different options at that point. Other than the CPAP machine, for somebody with more significant sleep apnea, there's a treatment called a hypoglossal nerve stimulator, which is helpful in some patients. It really depends on the cause of sleep apnea and the anatomy. So it's not something that's going to be right for everyone, but it's essentially a monitor which is implanted under the skin in the chest, which can tell when you're breathing in, and there's an electrode that goes into the base of the tongue, and when it senses that you're taking in a breath, what it does is it stiffens up the tongue muscles, so it gets your tongue out of the way of the throat, and it helps open up a larger opening so that you can get air in. Yeah, it's some very fancy technology, and it's quite amazing when it's used for the right patient. Oh,
that was fun. Thank you, Doctor. Dr. Aaron Kandanov, who's the lead doctor at Northwell's newly opened ENT practice in White Plains, otolaryngology?
Otolaryngology.
Otolaryngology. It has to flow off the tongue that way, literally. Otolaryngology at White Plains. ENT is how you and I mostly know it, as ear, nose, and throat. Thank you very much, Doctor, for joining us on the show today. Really wonderful conversation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's October 23rd. On this day in 1998, the Swiss watch company Swatch invented a new unit of time called the beat.
The idea was to divide the day into 1,000 beats to revolutionize timekeeping for the digital era.
On this day in 2005, the king of late night talk, Johnny Carson, passed away.
I'm one of the lucky people in the world. I found something I always wanted to do, and I have enjoyed every single minute of it. As gracious and inviting me into your home as you have been, I bid you a very heartfelt good night.
The #1 movie on this day in 2012 was the James Bond movie Skyfall. October 23rd.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. WICC 600 and 95.9. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. On day 23 of the government shutdown, Republicans and Democrats are presenting new bills to pay certain federal workers who are finding it increasingly difficult to keep up. The first Republican bill was up for a vote. It failed. Nicole Killian reports.
It would pay essential federal employees. Those are federal employees who are required to work without pay, not furloughed employees, but people like air traffic controllers or members of the military. So that's what this vote is about. Obviously, it's a tough vote for some Democrats who do support paying federal workers, which is why Senators Van Hollen and Senator Peters have put up their own counter proposal to pay federal workers.
That is expected to fail as well. For the past 30 years, the Department of Agriculture has released an annual report on hunger in America. Last month, the USDA announced it canceled the report. In Clinton, Missouri, seniors Leo and Danita Barnett have a message for Congress as they wait in line at a food bank.
Let's quit fighting. Democrats and Republicans, come on. There's people out here starving to death.
If Congress had to live on the budgets that we live on, they wouldn't survive.
There were protests today in San Francisco over the deployment of federal agents there. The mayor then said he'd spoken to President Trump, and Trump just posted he's calling off the surge for Saturday. Though he thinks it's a mistake, he ended the post by saying, "Stay tuned." Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker has announced the formation of a commission to look into alleged abuses by the Trump administration over the immigration raids in and around Chicago. He explained what the commission will be tasked with.
Creating a public record of the abuses. 2, capturing the impact on families and communities. And 3, recommending actions to prevent further harm and to pursue justice.
Some prominent names are among dozens arrested in 2 federal gambling investigations, as Peter King reports.
The NBA says a current player and coach have been placed on immediate leave after their gambling arrests. New York Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch says the Miami Heat's Terry Rozier shared information about plans to leave a game early with a supposed injury when he played for Charlotte in 2023.
Using that information, members of the group placed more than $200,000 in wagers on his under statistics.
The other probe, Portland coach Chauncey Billups, is accused of participating in mafia-run poker games that attracted star-struck bettors, then fleeced them.
On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are higher. The Dow Jones Industrial's up by 185 points. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Take the next step forward in your career with great benefits and an award-winning workplace. Apply at careers.progressive.com.
Maybe this is you too. People are enormously frustrated with the cost of health care right now. There is an option. Hundreds of thousands of people have gone with MediShare. They like it more, and they're saving a lot of money. Perfect time for you to join, too. Apply before October 31st, and they will waive your application fee. That's $100 you'll be saving right off the bat, in addition to the thousands you can save every year. Call them now. Here's the number, 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. MediShare is a community of Christians who've shared more than $9 billion in medical bills. It has worked beautifully for decades. And with so many people re-examining their options right now, seeing premiums going up and up, this is a great time to take advantage of this offer. Just tell them the promo code SHARE and save $100 before October 31st. Call 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. 877-26-BIBLE.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The 67-year-old man accused of killing his girlfriend this week in Stratford has been arraigned. Stanley Mulvey of Stratford is charged with murder in the stabbing death of 62-year-old Megan McShane. A judge yesterday ordered Mulvey to remain in custody on $1 million bond. Family members of the victim spoke outside court and alleged that Mulvey had been abusive to McShane for years. A 24-year-old woman has died after being found unresponsive on a Bridgeport street. Police say Evelyn Rayo Moreno was found unconscious on Black Rock Avenue late Tuesday night. Paramedics performed CPR at the scene before Rayo Moreno was taken to the hospital, where she was pronounced dead. Police were initially called to the scene on reports of an unattended child, and the child was found on a porch not far from where their mother was injured in the street. The death of a man at a Milford homeless encampment in August has been ruled a homicide. The state medical examiner says 57-year-old Joseph Kane died from smoke inhalation and thermal injuries at an encampment behind the Lowe's store on Old Gate Lane. Another resident of the encampment and a firefighter were injured during the blaze. Police say the investigation into the death is ongoing and no arrests have been made. Police in Monroe say the investigation into the murder of 8-year-old Renee Freer in 1977 is over and nobody will be charged. Police believe the killer is a male known to Freer, who was a juvenile when she was killed with blows to the head from a large rock. Police sought an arrest warrant for the person for manslaughter, but it was rejected by prosecutors over statute of limitations issues. A murder charge is also not possible because of the juvenile age of the suspect at the time of the killing. And a groundbreaking ceremony took place yesterday for the new Residence Inn by Marriott at Steel Point Harbor. Bridgeport has been without a major hotel for years, and the construction of the Residence Inn is just one of many projects now underway in the ongoing renovation of Bridgeport's east side. Multiple city and state officials, including Mayor Joe Ganim, spoke at the ceremony.
It's a big day for Bridgeport. It's a big day for Connecticut. It means a lot when you see this type of collaboration, grassroots up to including the federal government coming together.
Governor Ned Lamont pointed out the renovation of the east side also includes new housing units currently under construction and the potential creation of an MLS stadium with the hopes of bringing a professional sports team back to Connecticut.
Look what it is today and look what it's going to be tomorrow. This is a place where people want to be. This is a great location. I mean, it's a short walk to the train station, short walk to the airport. Go get yourself a cup of coffee and you can live right here. I love it.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound, a tractor trailer accident between exit 19 and 18. Stay left to get around it. Parkway southbound roadwork, exits 5 and 4. Left lane is out. Route 8 southbound, more roadwork, exit 17 down to 13A. Stay to the left to get around it. 91 north and southbound roadwork between exits 9 and 13 and taking out a lane on either side. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Clear and chilly this evening and overnight. Upper 30s to near 40. Friday sunny with a high near 60. Saturday partly sunny and cooler with a high in the mid to upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So I'm sure there are a lot of people out there today saying, yeah, well, I told you so. I told you. What are we talking about here? Well, kind of an interesting story, although I'm not surprised. We're talking about this FBI operation here that busted some players and coach and other previous players connected to the NBA, the National Basketball Association, in kind of a two-prong attack here, trying to illegally take money from people. Now, the one part of this were rigged card games, apparently, that would attract people to play cards with, I guess, former NBA players. I don't think current players, obviously, but, former NBA players, and those were rigged games because they were using some high-tech glasses and high-tech chip readers and tables that were rigged. I mean, it's wild to think of and to look at. But man, oh man, the other part of it, though, this is the problem that people would say. And look, is this surprising to everybody or anybody? Not really. But this is why there is legislation now, and I think our own Senator Richard Blumenthal is one of the people behind, at least for colleges, getting rid of what are called prop bets or proposition bets. And in case you didn't hear about this, the FBI bagged a bunch of NBA players for being in cahoots. By the way, where is cahoots? Hey, he's in cahoots. I don't know. I haven't passed through cahoots in a while. It's on the other side of Kigi. No, in cahoots with the mob. I'm shocked. They said, I read today, the Italian mafia. Is there any other kind? No, I know there is. It's a joke. Oofa. But apparently, one of these players, allegedly Terry Rozier, and there are people that say this goes on all the time. Apparently, somebody picked up that he was going to fake an injury. See, this is why people say you're nuts to bet on sports. Now, again, I don't. Maybe you do. You enjoy DraftKings or FanDuel or Caesars or MGM. I'm not telling you not to. But I am asking you if you're surprised here. And again, this isn't rampant. But again, if you only get one or two guys here, people start going, oh, do I really want to do this? And what would happen is, I guess, Terry Rozier, veteran player, probably made 10-year veterans in the NBA have undoubtedly, even if you're a bench player, you'll make millions with a capital you make millions of dollars. So apparently what was going on is that he was working, again, in that famous town of Cahoots, in Cahoots, Connecticut. He was working with the mob to say, hey, bet I'll be under a certain amount of points or a certain amount of minutes played or a certain amount of assists. And I guess these are all allegations now. The FBI and the mobsters found out that he would fake an injury. So I don't know what prop bet it was, whether it was rebounds or minutes played or whatever, knowing he would keep himself purposely or purposefully under that point total or under the assist total or whatever. And as he was getting close, what happened? He would fake an injury and say, coach, got to come out. Oh, my knee, my ankle, whatever. And nobody thinks twice about it. And this is the reason that some people I know, and maybe playing the lottery is one thing, right? Although lotteries have been rigged in other states, but, if it's an electronic ball, if it's ping pong balls or something like that, you say, okay, everybody's watching. They guard the machines. You're talking 5, 6, 7 numbers, right? Virtually impossible to rig, you would think. I'm sure somebody's tried. Weighted balls. You go around in life with weighted balls. It's not good. But, it's hard to do to rig a lottery or stuff like that. You can probably rig bingo games if you know what cards certain people are using. Yeah, I guess. But this is one of the things that people have said over and over would eventually happen. And here's the whole thing here, and I'm not telling you whether to bet or not to bet, but if they allegedly caught Chauncey Billups and Terry Rozier doing this, what's the old phrase here? Well, if XYZ people get caught, how many others are doing it? So we start off with this question today because I saw this today and I said, let me ask the fine people of this audience, because, of course, Connecticut now for years has had legalized sports gambling. And I'm sure that the vast majority of people and the vast majority of operators are on the up and up, people just having fun with it, doing what I would do if I was a bettor, and I'm not, but because I tend to stay away because I have the kind of personality that would hook me into doing it. So I know with my OCD and everything, I'm like, no, I'm not going to do it. No, not for me. Now, what I would do if I did do it is just bet on my Jets every weekend to lose, no matter what the point spread is, and they probably come out on top, a few shekels. But are you surprised at this? Now, again, it's only one or two players actually on the court, not counting the other part of the investigation, which are rigged poker games or rigged card games that we'll get into. And I'm kind of marveling at it only because of the high-tech aspect of this. But let me ask you something, because before we go to break here, do you bet on sports? Now, what I mean is, do you bet on if you're still using a bookie or a neighborhood gambling consultant or whatever, I don't expect you to admit that here on the program. No, you don't have to. But do you bet on sports, and do you trust what's going on? Because this is a big story. Think about it. And the tendency is, well, these guys aren't going to get involved in it. They're all multimillionaires. Even if you're the last guy on the bench in the NBA or the third backup infielder on a Major League Baseball team, you're still doing far better than, just about a lot of other people. But having said that, do you bet? Or is this the kind of thing where you just say, see, this is what I'm talking about. I'd rather play the lottery. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Or maybe, look, or is this the cost of doing business? Do you sit there and you say, yeah, there's always going to be some shady individuals. Yeah, Rozier and Billups probably made millions of bucks, but these are the guys not doing it for the money. They're doing it for the thrill. Maybe it's a mental issue. Maybe they'll plead that way at court. Who knows? But are you surprised here that set aside the bogus card games here, but are you surprised that now, Terry Rozier is not exactly a tip-of-your-tongue pro athlete, but if you follow the NBA, I heard the name and said, oh, yeah, him, yeah. So do you stay away from pro sports betting or legal sports gambling? Are you the kind of person like me that says, no, ain't going to do it, wouldn't be prudent? 20, are you surprised? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
Getting through your work week is tough, but the weekend means one thing: football. And all the best action is heard live on WICC. Every Sunday at 11, the Rudin Report presents Sunday Morning Quarterback, recapping the week of high school football. Then at 12:30, it's time to go pro with the NFL and the Duchess Restaurants doubleheader, because Sundays are made for football. Every week this season on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Legends of Fear, now open for our 29th year of haunting. Ride our haunted hayride or walk the Hallow Trail and visit Melonhead Revenge. Enjoy up to 90 minutes of terror at our farm. Real farm, real woods, real fear. Legends of Fear is the best in outdoor haunting. Buy your tickets now at legendsoffear.com, a nationally ranked top haunt. Bring your family for an exciting night of outdoor adventure. Visit legendsoffear.com. That's legendsoffear.com.
Progressive's Teen Driver discount could lower the cost of insurance for your teenager and save you some money. And then you can still spend money on them. Because just when you think you have a grasp on spending, new sneakers. And then it's money for a school field trip. And of course, spending money. Oh yeah, and a new phone to replace the one they dropped in the toilet. Oh, don't remind me. So just get Progressive's Teen Driver discount. And then you can continue to spend money on them endlessly. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discount not available in all states and subject to terms and conditions.
Just about every day, we hear unsettling news about the economy and global events, things that affect our lives here at home. It's natural to feel uncertain, but when it comes to securing your family's future, there is something you can do. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
Do you ever feel like your medical or financial decisions are out of your hands? In times like these, most of us would answer yes. The good news? There are legal tools designed to protect you, ensuring that only the people you trust can manage your affairs, should you become unable to do so. Life can change quickly. It's never too early to put a plan in place that reflects your wishes, whether it's a power of attorney, medical advance directives, a last will and testament, or a trust, tailored to your needs. Every person's situation is different. It's important to create an individualized plan before it's needed. We all deserve peace of mind.
The Fairfield Law Offices of Eliofson and Tenor. On the internet, ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Call 203-336-2566. That's 203-336-2566.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices for breakfast. Bacon, egg, and cheese. On a hard roll, wrap, whole wheat toast, any way you'd like it. Or a Big D breakfast with 2 pancakes, 2 eggs, and bacon, ham, or sausage. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many items, including breakfast platters, sandwiches, muffins, bagels, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat breakfast at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food, served fast.
Step into a storybook fantasy at Sacred Heart University's Discovery Science Center and Planetarium. Join us Friday, October 24th from 7 to 10 p.m. for Treasured Pages, a classic fairy tale ball. This year's Enchanting Masquerade Gala. Step into the story and dress to impress in your favorite fairy tale style. Enjoy a night of magic, music, amazing food, and themed cocktails. Don't miss this magical evening. Treasured Pages, Masquerade Gala. Reserve your tickets now at shudiscovery.org. All proceeds supporting STEAM education for kids and adults.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 southbound, a crash between exit 43 and 42, taking up the right and center lanes involving a box truck. Lower Fairfield County, Parkway southbound, road work, exits 5 and 4. Route 8 southbound, more construction, exit 17 down to exit 13A. On 91, north and southbound, road work between exits 9 and 13. I'm Edge Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and chilly with a low in the upper 30s to near 40. Sunny on Friday with a high near 60. Saturday, early sun, late day clouds with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Where Southern Connecticut comes for the real story. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
In fact, a lot of people say that we should get rid of the prohibition in this state that you cannot bet on any in-state college sports games like UConn, Quinnipiac, Yale, Sacred Heart. That is to protect those players from ne'er-do-wells. Well, the ne'er-do-wells apparently were working with, at least one NBA coach and NBA players. So we hear about this. We have an expert on the infiltration of organized crime in sports gambling coming up, Dr. Declan Hill, a little bit later in the show in the 5 o'clock hour. Are you surprised here? Now, again, this is not let's not go nuts here, but again, it's a big story. It's one of the top stories. And again, Connecticut does have legal sports gambling. And do you participate, yes or no? And if you do you sometimes sit there and wonder, hey, did that guy give all his effort? Or, how easy would it be for her to miss some shots in a WNBA game because, the mob gets to her? I mean, I don't mean to be jumping to conclusions here, but again, you're already seeing online people saying, well, this is the kind of thing. This is that kind of thing. Let's start off the parade today. Daniel in Shelton. Hey, Daniel, you're on WICC. How are you? What's up?
Yes, how are you?
Good, Daniel. What's on your mind about this?
And I definitely believe, especially prop bets, that you have some illegal activity going on. Years ago, I don't know if you remember, I'm 70 years old.
Mm-hmm.
The Detroit Lions had a quarterback. I'm not going to mention names, but there were games that were fixed.
Yeah.
And the prop bets especially, to bet on a game with a 50-50 shot, taking a point line.
Yeah.
I don't see where it could be fixed.
Yeah.
Especially in the NFL. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, and Daniel, thank you for the call. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, exactly. If you take a look at a game, Team A versus Team B, even if Team A is favored and they're minus points, or Team B is the underdog and they're plus points, like, you're just betting a straight point spread or a money line in the NFL or the NBA, most people would say, all right, that outcome makes sense. But as you mentioned, and what our caller mentioned are prop bets or proposition bets, meaning that you're not necessarily betting on the outcome of the game, but you're betting that player A is going to be under or over a certain amount of points, or under or over a certain amount of rebounds, or a pitcher will go under or over a certain amount of strikeouts. I mean, there are prop bets for almost anything. Goals, points, rebounds, assists, rushing yards, receiving yards. And that's where a lot of people I know actually, make their money. They, the analysis of players, looking at tendencies. But again, you have this situation here where, I guess allegedly this player, Terry Rozier, faked an injury or told people he was going to fake an injury to stay under a proposition bet about his points or his rebounds or whatever. And then, of course, what happens is the organized crime people you're working with, well, they get people to place in individual bets massive amounts of bets under that number, which is why, and I remembered earlier, I think Mr. Blumenthal, our senior U.S. Senator, is among those saying, especially for college students, get rid of prop bets. As our last caller said, let them bet on just the outcome of the game with a point spread, because prop bets, again, no matter how much we love people at UConn or Yale or Southern or Sacred Heart or Fairfield or any school either here or abroad, what happens if some, mafiosi, like they says, hey, kid, you're pretty good. Do me a favor. Make sure you stay under 15 points next time, because we know where your family is. I mean, again, it's not cartoonish. Apparently, it actually does happen.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound, a crash between exit 43 and 42, taking up right and center lanes involving a box truck. Lower Fairfield County, Parkway southbound, road work, exits 5 and 4. Route 8 southbound, more construction, exit 17 down to exit 13A. On 91, north and southbound, road work between exits 9 and 13. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and chilly this evening and overnight. Upper 30s to near 40. Friday sunny with a high near 60. Saturday partly sunny and cooler with a high in the mid to upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Want to know how business gets made in Connecticut? Check out the Made podcast at voiceofct.com. It's the official companion to the Made Leadership Series. Want to stay ahead of the curve and learn from top minds? Check out Connecticut-made.com and get made.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
Now you can find out who's under the helmet and behind the jersey with the Root and Report Athlete Profile. High school sports are made great by the student athletes who play them. Check out the High School Athlete Profile, sponsored by BMW of Darien at therootandreport.com.
October 10th is World Mental Health Day, and this year we're saying thank you, therapists, because behind every breakthrough, supportive moment, and small win is a therapist who showed up and made a difference. BetterHelp therapists have supported over 5 million people globally on their mental health journeys. That's millions of stories, millions of journeys, where a therapist showed up, listened, and helped someone take a step forward. Moments in therapy, like the right question, a safe space to cry, or a small win, can change lives. With more than 12 years' experience and the world's largest online network of qualified therapists, BetterHelp makes it easy to match with the right therapist online, the one who can make a real difference. If you're ready to find the right therapist for you, BetterHelp can help you start that journey. See for yourself. Our listeners get 10% off their first month. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword ABC Radio. That's keyword ABC Radio after calling pound 250.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. An NBA head coach and player are among those charged in what authorities say were sprawling schemes to rig sports betting and poker games. Mafia families, too, were said to be involved. CBS's Jake Rosen.
When the federal government brings cases like these with 30-plus people involved, 4+ different Cosa Nostra or mob families involved, it certainly seems very likely that this case is almost airtight.
Angry protests in San Francisco over the deployment of federal forces. San Francisco's mayor then claimed he spoke to President Trump, and Trump was calling off plans for a federal deployment. And Trump has just announced on social media he will not surge in San Francisco on Saturday. He said the mayor asked very nicely. The average rate on a 30-year mortgage fell to its lowest level in more than a year. On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are higher. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Governor Ned Lamont says the conviction of his former deputy budget director is a reminder of the consequences when the public trust is broken. Costa Diamantis was convicted by a federal jury yesterday on all 21 corruption charges he faced, including extortion and bribery. Lamont says that after he fired Diamantis in 2021, he ordered that immediate steps be taken to make sure this type of corruption cannot happen again. The charges were related to the role Diamantis played in running the state school construction grant office. Outside court, Diamantis lamented that it was, quote, a clean sweep, and said the jury clearly believed prosecutors and not him. In a conversation with WTNH-TV News 8, Diamantis' attorney, Norm Pattis, echoed the sentiment.
It's a disappointment. We look forward to post-trial proceedings and appeal.
Pattis says he expects a term of at least a decade in prison to be handed down at sentencing on January 14th. The Stratford Police Department has achieved full accreditation from the Connecticut Police Officers Standards and Training Council. For the first time in its history, the department has met all 3 tiers of requirements, with Tier 1 being liability standards, Tier 2 being professional standards, and Tier 3 being general management. In a statement, Stratford Mayor Laura Hoydick said, quote, their achievement of full post-accreditation is a reflection of that commitment and a testament to their dedication to serving our community with the highest standards of excellence. A new Quinnipiac poll shows that U.S. voters blame Republicans slightly more than Democrats for the ongoing federal government shutdown. The poll from the Hamden College shows that 45% of voters blame Republicans for the shutdown, and 39% believe Democrats are more responsible. 11% say Democrats and Republicans are equally responsible for the shutdown. Among independent voters, 48% blame Republicans more for the ongoing issues, with 32% blaming the Democrats. However, regardless of blame, both sides of the aisle will need to find a way to compromise if they hope to end the shutdown. At a recent media event, 3rd District Democratic Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro expressed a need for reconciliation.
Democrats and Republicans have to deal with the issues that the American people are facing. Let's try to come to a conclusion, as we have done historically.
Governor Ned Lamont has committed to using state surplus funds to keep multiple federally funded programs going, but has said that if the shutdown continues into November, that SNAP benefits will no longer be available.
It does seem pretty mean-spirited to cut off SNAP benefits at the very same time you're furloughing hundreds of thousands of people and asking them to work without pay.
Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal says new U.S. sanctions on Russian oil companies are a step in the right direction. However, Blumenthal says it's nowhere near enough to stop Russian oil and gas revenue from fueling its murderous war machine. He says this needs to be followed by major sanctions like a bill that seeks to stop China, Brazil, and other countries from buying Russian oil. He says until tough sanctions are imposed, Putin will continue to stonewall and slow walk the U.S. The state has approved Milford's plan to install speed and red light enforcement cameras around the city. The DOT has given the okay for enforcement cameras in 9 locations in Milford. Milford Mayor Tony Giannatasio has been a major proponent of the cameras, not only for their assistance with public safety, but also their potential help with police work.
If there's a stolen vehicle and it comes up on the camera, the LPR reader, the police will be able to dispatch in real time. And actually, most of the crimes that are being committed are with stolen vehicles. Not only retrieve the stolen vehicle, but we will be able to stop a crime possibly in progress.
The 3 red light cameras will all be on the Boston Post Road at intersections with Cedarhurst Lane, High Street, and North Street. Speed cameras will be on the Boston Post Road, Gulf Street, Merwin Avenue, Milford Road, Orange Avenue, and Woodruff Road. And the website Consumer Affairs says Connecticut is the 6th best state to raise a family. The state's ranking improved from 25th place in 2024. It notes Connecticut had the 3rd lowest percentage of children who did not get preventive care last year. Academic performance and school funding are both ranked 3rd in the country. New Hampshire was ranked the best state to raise a family. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 southbound, a crash between exit 43 and 42, taking up the right and center lanes involving a box truck. Lower Fairfield County, Parkway southbound, road work, exits 5 and 4. Route 8 southbound, more construction, exit 17 down to exit 13A. On 91 north and southbound, road work between exits 9 and 13. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and chilly with a low in the upper 30s to near 40. Sunny on Friday with a high near 60. Saturday, early sun, late day clouds with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Stamford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And as a general rule, I don't bet, I don't gamble. The only thing I'll do is when Powerball reaches a stupid number, $1 billion, 800 million, 500 million, about once every 3 or 4 months, I'll buy a Powerball ticket. But I don't, the only time I go to the casinos is for a concert. That's it. I'm not a gambler. I worked in Vegas for about 4 months years ago. I think in 4 months, I gambled about $20 in 4 months between a couple of hands of poker and slot machines. It just, A, it does nothing for me, as much as I love sports. And B, I know my personality type, and I don't want to get hooked. I just don't. I know, even if I tried to stay analytical about it, no. But what do you think of this whole thing? And do you bet on sports? And again, we're talking about the big story. We'll get an update on at the top of the hour from CBS. And again, it's not hundreds and hundreds of people here, but at least one high-profile coach who's in the NBA Hall of Fame, one medium-level player. He's like a 6th or 7th guy off the bench. And some other, I guess, former players or associates who took part in these celebrity card games. Well, apparently they were kind of in bed with the mob here. Not good. And this is the thing that people have always cautioned about, legal sports gambling. And again, we should emphasize the gambling providers are not at issue here. So if you use FanDuel or DraftKings or MGM or the casinos here or the Connecticut Lottery, no. But what this is at least one player sharing inside information, I guess saying that he was going to go out with a fake injury, whatever, which I don't get. Because NBA players, even the guys on the bench, they make a lot of money. Unless this guy, Terry Rozier, needed the money. I don't know. But we start off with a question today at 203-333-9422. Are you surprised with any of this or not? And do you ever bet on sports? Art is in Easton. Art, good afternoon. How are you?
Great, Paul. Great show as usual.
Thank you.
Great insights. A couple things. I played college sports. There was always betting slips in the locker room, et cetera.
Yep.
I think what's going on, and you're spot on with these prop bets. I mean, you watch an NBA pregame show, they're telling you who to bet the props on.
Exactly.
But it's incredible. But what's missing is there's some serious gambling by players under the radar, and then they get in the hole.
Yeah.
Examples like Michael Jordan used to say $60,000, Paul, on this hole if you make a hole in one.
Yeah.
And he was a notorious, and so my point is they get in a deep hole, whether it's drugs, gambling debt, to see the betting platforms won't lend you money. They won't let you get in the hole.
Mm-hmm.
Bookies will. They'll string you along, give you loans, anyway. So there's a lot more to it.
Yeah.
That's influencing it than just saying, gee, the coach, why would you do that? Well, there's a lot of dark skeletons.
And Art, you remember, and there's still people to this day, and it's never been proven, but you know where I'm going with this, the death, unfortunately, of Michael Jordan's father. There has always been a dark rumor that they went to him and said, hey, pay up. He's like, I don't have to. I'm Michael Jordan. And then sadly, his father was killed. And it's just that case never made any sense. It never did. Never did.
And to add, you're spot on. And to add to it, he quits basketball at his peak. So thank you for bringing that up. I didn't want to be Mr. Conspiracy.
No. And Art, I do have to run. Thank you so much. Good call there, Art. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, that was another thing. Michael, you remember that? Like, why does the arguably one of the top 5 players in the world give up for a couple of years and then go play baseball? And again, in case you don't know, the rumor was, and again, we're not going dark side here because, heck, there have been books written about this. The rumor was, and I guess still is, that the great Michael Jordan, the great MJ, was in so deep, and again, I hate to bring this up now, but again, it's to illustrate that there's always been rumblings here, well before pro sports gambling, that it was go play baseball for a couple of years, or we will suspend you. And that supposedly was the rumblings that David Stern told Michael Jordan years ago, hey, I don't care who you are. We can't let the mob get its tentacles in here. And you saw what happened. Jeff in Westport Hangout will be to you after this on WICC.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Imagine talking to thousands of local consumers about your business. You will with your ads on the Voice of Connecticut.
It all comes up to your sales rep.
Here, Maria, my sales rep, try to understand my business, customize my need, and that make it different than any other experience that I have.
Real stories, real results. It's why advertising on the Voice of Connecticut works. Learn more. Email sales@voiceofct.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound, a crash between exit 43 and 42, taking up right center lanes involving a box truck. Lower Fairfield County, Parkway southbound, road work, exits 5 and 4. Route 8 southbound, more construction, exit 17 down to exit 13A. On 91, north and southbound, road work between exits 9 and 13. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and chilly this evening and overnight. Upper 30s to near 40. Friday sunny with a high near 60. Saturday partly sunny and cooler with a high in the mid to upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Phone lines are always open to say what you want and need to say. 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And we begin the show today getting your feelings here on something that I'm sure a lot of people are saying, well, there you go. And again, look, organized crime being involved in sports gambling ain't nothing new. I'm sure, well, heck, if you read any sort of historically accurate book about, say, the baseball in the teens and 20s, right? Because I've read several books and watched, several documentaries about the Black Sox, the Chicago White Sox, the 1919, the Black Sox scandal and all that. And all the books and all the documentaries say, hey, there was the bookmakers would set up in the bleachers or outside. And the cops kind of look the other way and the ball players look the other way. So, one of the greatest fielding first basemen of all time, Hal Chase. Look it up. C-H-A-S-E, Hal Chase. May arguably have been the greatest glove at first base ever. Guy was a notorious game fixer. He bounced from league to league. He played for the Yankees for a while, but guy made no bones about the fact that he, fixed games. So it's always been around. And here we have this big story today. More than 30 people, including an active NBA coach and a player, Terry Rozier, arrested as part of a federal investigation into sports rigging. It's a two-part investigation here. I guess one with these celebrity card games, and the second was, faking injuries coming out of a game involving the mafia. I'm shocked. Really? The mob is into sports betting? Next thing you'll tell me they own construction companies. And are into the waste management business. Oh, man. Do you gamble? Now, again, we need to be fair here. There's no indication that any of the companies that actually operate here in the state, FanDuel, DraftKings, the casinos, the two casinos, the Connecticut Lottery, the sports betting locales in Bridgeport and Hartford. We're not talking about that. We're talking about conduct from a player and at least one coach and the mob. Are you surprised, or do you think this is just the service? How would you like to be working in the NBA public relations office today? Oh, my God. Jeff in Westport is here. Jeff, good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, Paul, how are you doing?
I'm all right, Jeff. I'm all right.
So, obviously, the NBA is going to go down in history just like Highlight did. Remember Highlight? How
I used to go. I used to go all the time. Milford Highlight. I loved it. Yeah.
I had a friend who was a professional highlight player
So
here
did
in
I.
Bridgeport.
Yeah, so did I.
And he
yeah.
would tell me, hey, this guy is having a hangover, bet on this guy. And it was just so funny because before they went on strike,
yeah.
Whatever it was, the trifecta, the $1 million trifecta was won.
Yeah.
And it came out later on that it was won by one of the highlight players' friends.
Yeah.
So, and that was given to them when they went on strike.
Yeah.
So, I mean, any sport that can be manipulated, like, look at baseball. There's no way all these baseball owners are going to let the World Series or the playoff games end in 3 games or 4 games. Why? Because look at how many millions of dollars they would be letting go. And then go to the casino. If you ever watch Mikey Mace on YouTube or any of those,
okay.
he shows how the casinos cheat.
Well, listen. Well, and also
it's amazing.
You have, and listen, nothing illegal about this, but you have the theory, Jeff, for example, of a hot and cold slot machine. The slots will they will let you win a certain amount, and then they're programmed to go hot and cold and hot and cold.
So I own a slot machine. Actually, I own 2 of them in my basement.
Okay.
And when you open the door,
hold on, Jeff. Tell the police, because I know they're listening.
It's legal.
It's only for entertainment
only
purposes.
For entertainment. That's right.
Okay, so
you
go
open
ahead.
the door.
Yeah.
You open the door, you can adjust it how much it should pay off for every $100.
Yeah.
Now, they have computers nowadays.
Yep.
So they can just type in, okay, this little old lady is playing the penny slot. Let's give her a $10,000 win so it looks good on TV.
Mm-hmm.
It's all manipulated.
And that $10,000 win is the cost of doing business for them. Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
They make so much money; it's ridiculous.
Yeah. Now, Jeff, do you place any legal sports wagers or not?
I don't do sports wagers. I just gamble at casinos.
Okay, all right.
But I said, Mickey Mace points out, even blackjack, the dealers they have these little mirrors right at the card shuffler, and they can see what the next card's coming out.
Well, when you get a chance, Jeff, go home. When you get a chance, read about the card games that were rigged here. Apparently in this whole thing, and read about the high-tech way they did it, right? Wow.
Oh, yeah.
This stuff. Yep.
Now, the mob, like you said, they own, the dumpster companies and all that stuff.
Hey, wait a minute, wait.
That's what you forgot about the strip joints.
Yeah, wait a minute. That's what I hear, Jeff. That's what I hear, because my car is parked out back. Yes. Go ahead. Yeah.
All the strip joints.
Wait a minute, Jeff. They're not strip joints anymore. They're gentlemen's
club.
Don't you love
cafes.
that? When did that happen?
Cafes.
Jeff, when did that happen? I always ask that. When did a strip joint or a you-know-what bar become a gentleman's club? Do we know when that happened?
You don't remember in Westport when they changed the name to a cafe?
No.
Oh yeah, it was It was Crazy Jim's Cafe.
Cafe.
Yeah, families would go there thinking it was a cafe, and it was a strip joint.
Mommy, look. All right, Jeff, be good, buddy. Take care. Yeah, really. Mommy, why aren't those ladies wearing clothes? Ooh. A cafe. I'm still trying to figure that out. That's one of my enduring questions here in my years and years of hosting these wonderful shows with your people. When did a you-know-what bar, I can't say the word, it's one of the forbidden words by the FCC, when did a you-know-what bar, or as more colloquial, a strip joint, when did that exactly become a gentleman's club? Somebody said it's when they started serving food. Okay. Not that I would know. All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. It's and again, let's not throw the entirety of pro sports under the bus here, but I will tell you something. Look, you know that I have a pretty good background in sports. I've done play-by-play on radio, and I do some on TV now for Quinnipiac and Sacred Heart or whatever. And doing basketball especially, you're sitting courtside, all right? And I've always thought, I've never broadcast an NBA regular season or preseason game, but I've had the good fortune to sit on press row a couple of times. Back when I was doing some newspaper sports writing. And through either my job or I had friends that had connections, and even when occasionally I do the basketball game on TV, or back years when I did high school games or college games on radio. And I got to tell you something. Out of, let's just say, the four major sports: baseball, basketball, football, and hockey, I have always thought that, and I think you'll agree with me here. If you're going to pick one sport to rig, it'll be basketball. Football, it would be pretty obvious when a quarterback misses a wide open receiver, unless you're the Jets, and that's what we do all the time. Baseball, guy boots a routine ground ball. It's going to be pretty obvious. A pitcher throws 3 wild pitches. You're like, what's up here? Even hockey. Like, some guy comes down the right wing and he shoots the puck 8 feet wider than that. Yeah, there's something going on. But think about basketball and all the physical contact that's called and the stuff that's not called. And I would sit there doing a high school or a college game and literally saying on the air, well, folks, for the first 3 quarters, that was an offensive foul. I guess it's swallow the whistle time. Huh? So the fact that this is, and there are occasions in other sports, but the fact that this has to do with basketball, not surprising, at least to me, especially when you've seen it as close up as I have, and you're saying, well, how is that bump a foul and that's not? All right, traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 southbound, a crash between exit 43 and 42, taking up right and center lanes involving a box truck. Lower Fairfield County, Parkway southbound, road work, exits 5 and 4. Route 8 southbound, more construction, exit 17 down to exit 13A. On 91, north and southbound, road work between exits 9 and 13. I'm Edge Krause at WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and chilly with a low in the upper 30s to near 40. Sunny on Friday with a high near 60. Saturday, early sun, late day clouds with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. $5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PROMO25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PROMO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PROMO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Do you bet on sports? Do you bet on the NBA? Have you used the legal gambling operators in the state, or do you? Now, I guess you don't want to admit this on the air, but do you still use a bookie? I'm sorry, bookie is such a derogatory term. How about a neighborhood wagering consultant? Do you do that? Are you surprised with the allegations we're hearing now about the NBA?
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. A Republican bill to pay some federal workers failed in the Senate today. A Democratic plan is likely to suffer the same fate. More and more Americans are feeling the pain of the government shutdown, as Michael Wallace reports.
Arkansas is warning SNAP benefits will be delayed if the shutdown doesn't end by November 1st. Teresa Robertson is with the Better Community Development Center in Little Rock.
We have clients come in all the time that talk about how I've eaten out of a dumpster 3 times this week because my benefits got cut off.
Meals on Wheels in San Antonio has lost $1.2 million in federal funding, forcing it to cut service to hundreds of seniors. CEO Vincent Farris says a local business owner donated almost $200,000 to help.
It's letting these folks know that they're not alone and people remember.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
President Trump says he's calling off the federal surge in San Francisco for now after a call with the city's mayor. CBS's Olivia Rinaldi at the White House.
He's giving him the opportunity to make some progress in San Francisco, and if he doesn't, they will send in more federal agents. But for right now, the president says we will not surge in San Francisco on Saturday, which is what they were planning, but he did add stay tuned.
The head coach of the Portland Trail Blazers and a player for the Miami Heat were among dozens arrested in 2 criminal cases alleging separate schemes to rig sports bets and poker games. Anna Schechter reports mafia families were allegedly involved as well.
It's kind of like going into a Godfather movie with this cast of characters, the cities involved, New York City, Miami, Los Angeles. This was a multi-state operation run by these old crime families known to law enforcement for decades.
Tens of thousands of Tesla Cybertrucks are being recalled because their front lights may be too bright. Christopher Cruz reports.
The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says Tesla isn't aware of any collisions, injuries, or fatalities caused by the headlights, but they could cause a distraction to other drivers and increase the risk of a crash. The company is recalling more than 63,000 Cybertrucks in the U.S. that were manufactured between November 13th, 2023 and October 11th, 2025.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio is the latest administration official to travel to Israel. He says he's confident about maintaining the Gaza peace plan. The head of the World Health Organization warned today aid isn't arriving to Gaza quickly enough.
Well, the flow of aid has increased. It's still only a fraction of what's needed.
Russian President Putin reacted today to President Trump's new sanctions, calling it an unfriendly act. On Wall Street, stocks are higher. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Take the next step forward in your career with great benefits and an award-winning workplace. Apply at careers.progressive.com.
Maybe this is you too. People are enormously frustrated with the cost of health care right now. There is an option. Hundreds of thousands of people have gone with MediShare. They like it more, and they're saving a lot of money. Perfect time for you to join, too. Apply before October 31st, and they will waive your application fee. That's $100 you'll be saving right off the bat, in addition to the thousands you can save every year. Call them now. Here's the number, 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. MediShare is a community of Christians who've shared more than $9 billion in medical bills. It has worked beautifully for decades, and with so many people re-examining their options right now, seeing premiums going up and up, this is a great time to take advantage of this offer. Just tell them the promo code SHARE and save $100 before October 31st. Call 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE, 877-26-BIBLE.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The 67-year-old suspect accused of killing his girlfriend this week in Stratford has been arraigned. Stanley Mulvey of Stratford is charged with murder in the stabbing death of 62-year-old Megan McShane. A judge yesterday ordered Mulvey to remain in custody on $1 million bond. Family members of the victim spoke outside court and alleged that Mulvey had been abusive to McShane for years. Police in Monroe say the investigation into the murder of 8-year-old Renee Freer in 1977 is over and nobody will be charged. Police believe the killer is a male known to Freer, who was a juvenile when she was killed with blows to the head from a large rock. Police sought an arrest warrant for the person for manslaughter, but it was rejected by prosecutors over statute of limitations issues. A murder charge is also not possible because of the juvenile age of the suspect at the time of the killing. The Stratford Police Department has achieved full accreditation from the Connecticut Police Officers Standards and Training Council. For the first time in its history, the department has met all 3 tiers of requirements, with Tier 1 being liability standards, Tier 2 being professional standards, and Tier 3 being general management. In a statement, Stratford Mayor Laura Hoydick said, quote, "Their achievement of full post accreditation is a reflection of that commitment and a testament to their dedication to serving our community with the highest standards of excellence." The state has approved Milford's plan to install speed and red light enforcement cameras around the city. The DOT has given the okay for enforcement cameras in 9 locations in Milford. Milford Mayor Tony Giannatasio has been a major proponent of the cameras, not only for their assistance with public safety, but also for their potential help with police work.
If there's a stolen vehicle and it comes up on the camera, the LPR reader, the police will be able to dispatch in real time. And actually, most of the crimes that are being committed are with stolen vehicles. Not only retrieve the stolen vehicle, but we will be able to stop a crime possibly in progress.
The 3 red light cameras will all be on the Boston Post Road at intersections with Cedarhurst Lane, High Street, and North Street. Speed cameras will be on the Boston Post Road, Gulf Street, Merwin Avenue, Milford Road, Orange Avenue, and Woodruff Road. And a groundbreaking ceremony took place yesterday for the new Residence Inn by Marriott at Steel Point Harbor. Bridgeport has been without a major hotel for years, and the construction of the Residence Inn is just one of many projects now underway in the ongoing renovation of Bridgeport's East Side. Multiple city and state officials, including Mayor Joe Ganim, spoke at the ceremony.
It's a big day for Bridgeport. It's a big day for Connecticut. It means a lot when you see this type of collaboration, grassroots up to including the federal government coming together.
And Governor Ned Lamont has pointed out that the renovation of the East Side also includes new housing units currently under construction and the potential creation of an MLS stadium with the hopes of bringing another professional sports team to Connecticut.
Look what it is today and look what it's going to be tomorrow. This is a place where people want to be. This is a great location. I mean, it's a short walk to the train station, short walk to Amp. Go get yourself a cup of coffee and you can live right here. I love it.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
New Haven 91 southbound accident reported at the 95 merge. Congestion follows you down into West Haven. Wilbur Cross north and southbound, you bunched up into the tunnel. Route 8 northbound, same deal going into the Commodore Hole Bridge. Lower Fairfield County 95 northbound, just volume delays in Stamford, Westport, and Fairfield. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands, Courtesy Carpet, no big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and chilly this evening and overnight. Upper 30s to near 40. Friday sunny with a high near 60. Saturday partly sunny and cooler with a high in the mid to upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Now, invariably, we all have that friend or that relative or that guy or gal we work with or that aunt or uncle or grandpa on either side, grandpa, papa, whatever. we all had that one, maybe one or two people who always say, they'll sit there and they'll watch a game with you, right? Pop on a baseball game or an NBA game or even an NHL or NFL game, and they'll say, hey, it's all fixed. And you're like, well, what do you mean? How can it be fixed? Yeah, but it's in a sense, it's all entertainment. It's all fixed. And now we have today's news. And on one end of it, it's not shock. Oh, and we're talking about the fact that there's this big investigation now, and at least one active coach and one active player in the NBA are going to be suspended here. They may be for point shaving or faking injuries or whatever. And there are other players who apparently were working with the mob, or like they're saying in the media, the Italian mafia. No, there's only one mafia. Oofa. No, I know. There's organized crime, nationalities of all. But having said that, yeah. If you're in the NBA front office now, you must be just going, are you kidding me? And apparently there's a couple of players and coaches involved and maybe some game alteration, point shaving, and there's others who took part in these, I guess, celebrity card games or poker games, and they were using high-tech tables and high-tech contact lenses to shaft people who were playing with celebrities. I mean, man. So I ask this simple question. Are you surprised by any of this? Or let's look, the older I get, and I've heard this from guys and gals my age, and listen, I grew up worshiping pro sports and college sports and saying, my God, this is something I know that I'll never attain. But the older I got, the more I would look at that and say, well, they're human. And they're subjected to human frailties. And again, going back to the late 1800s and early 1900s, there's been sports gambling like crazy. Boxing, my God. When has there ever been a year or two that has gone by, even in the golden age of boxing, where there were allegations of, matches being fixed? Muhammad Ali, Sonny Liston, Muhammad Ali, George Foreman, there were allegations that the ring ropes were purposely loose, whatever, for the rope-a-dope. You know what I'm talking about. So does any of this surprise you? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And do you, as a rule, bet on sports? I know a lot of people that don't because of exactly what's happened today. And again, this isn't to indict any of the legally operating sports betting retailers, you would say, or gambling establishments here in Connecticut. It's nothing to do with the lottery. It's nothing to do with the casinos. It's nothing to do with DraftKings or FanDuel or MGM or anything. That's not the issue. But you're dealing with human nature here. And the mob has always been involved in this stuff. Baseball gambling goes back to the late 1800s, early 1900s. But does any of this bother you? Is this why? And is this why, if you don't bet on sports, is this going to be an example of you sitting back there and say, see, you laughed at me, didn't you? You laughed at Dad. You laughed at Mom when we said that this stuff is all fixed. Now, again, I'm going out on a little bit of a limb here. It's not all fixed. You know what I'm saying. But this is how and why people talk. I mean, if you're betting on the lottery, yeah, I guess the lottery could be fixed. I guess you could fix your church bingo game, right? I guess you could. You'll probably burn in hell, but imagine that. Fixed. You don't think a church bingo game has been fixed? I'm sure it's happened somewhere. But you could fix that. The lottery, and I know there have been cases of attempting to fix lotteries with the ping pong balls and all that. I understand that. But, man, this is wild. And the fact that the mob is involved. Aren't you shocked? The next thing you'll tell me is the mob is in the concrete business. Oh, my God. How would I believe that?
This fall, make your daily radio destination WICC. Your weekdays start with Melissa in the morning. Then it's the Lisa Wexler Show. The Download with John Kamal and Chris Williams. And Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Local news updates every hour, along with Fairfield County traffic and weather from meteorologist Paul Pioric. Plus, more local news and live talk on weekends, too. We are WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful. My grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years, and as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
Hungry for inspiration in the kitchen? Join us Saturdays at 3 p.m. on WICC for Plum Love Foods, your ultimate food talk destination.
Hey, it's Chef Plum. I'm a 6-time Emmy-nominated chef with over 30 years in the industry. And unlike other food shows, we don't just talk about food. We actually work in the hospitality industry. Learn about some awesome food people in our state, or just have a laugh because it's just food. Plum Love Foods. No agenda, no politics, just food.
You're listening to WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
New Haven, 91 southbound accident reported at the 95 merge. Congestion follows you down into West Haven. Wilbur Cross, north and southbound, you're bunched up into the tunnel. Route 8 northbound, same deal going into the Commodore Hole Bridge. Lower Fairfield County, 95 northbound, just volume delays in Stamford, Westport, and Fairfield. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands, Courtesy Carpet, no big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and chilly with a low in the upper 30s to near 40. Sunny on Friday with a high near 60. Saturday, early sun, late day clouds with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
He's got everything you need to know before you get home. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, coming up later on, I'm going to say, and I told you so here, I am going to take a victory lap on something from the New York City mayor's race. And something I told you that I predicted Zoran Mamdani would do that is probably driving his inner circle nuts, but he realizes he has to do to win. So we'll talk about that coming up. All right? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And again, just so you understand here, This investigation has nothing to do with the actual gambling providers. This is the mob. I'm shocked, huh? Like the mob's never been involved in sports betting. At least one coach, a few players. That's one part of it. The staying under some prop bets or whatever. The other part, though, make sure you read about this. It's, in fact, before we go to the phones here, Mike, hang on, I'll be right to you. There is a part of this that's fascinating here. Apparently, they were rigging card games to steal millions of dollars from people. Now, get this, before we go to the phones here. The technology included poker chip tray analyzers and tampered shuffling machines that could send information about players' hands to an off-site operator. The defendants also used, get this, special glasses or contact lenses that could read pre-marked cards, and they played at an X-ray table. I'm not making this stuff up, folks. This is a CNBC story I'm reading here. An X-ray table that could read cards face down on the table. Oh, my God. Victims in the rigged games were known as fish, who were at times lured by the chance to play alongside pro athletes. But everybody else at the poker game, from the dealer to the players, including the face cards, were in on the scam. Oh, my God. Yikes. Jeez. Mike in Stratford's here. Mike, good afternoon. How are you? Mike, are you there? Mike, are you there? Hello, Mike. Mike, are you there? Mike going once, Mike going twice. Mike, call us back, will you? Mike in Stratford. Give us a call back, Mike. Maybe you're in a dead spot. I don't know. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Open phones if you want to scoot back in here, Mike. How about that? So, and they're showing a picture of this machine. Man, look at this. Now, look, I love me some high tech, but this is wild. And again, you gotta wonder why these people, why these players got involved. Again, now a lot, and I'm not making any gross assumptions here. Just because you make a lot of money, it doesn't mean you're smart with your money. I mean, how often, and I'm sure we'll get more information maybe by the end of the day today into tomorrow, but how often have we heard of? Now, maybe it's not money at all with these players or whatever. I mean, it could be a thrill. It could be something that, they got bored. Maybe. I don't know. But just because you make a lot of money as an athlete or as a well-connected person doesn't generally mean that you're good with money. I mean, who did I hear the other day? Some well-known another well-known pro athlete who made like $60, $70 million. Broke. If I made $500,000, I'd be happy. Bob in Stratford is here. Bob, how are you?
Hey, I'm pretty good. You had mentioned Mandani.
Yeah.
And went off topic.
Yeah.
I'm confused.
Yeah.
New York is the epicenter of Judaism.
Yeah.
And Mandani doesn't appear to be in favor of Jews. Am I wrong?
He doesn't seem to have the most tolerant attitudes toward Jews in Israel. What he does is, Bob, and you're not wrong, he plays this leftist game of saying, well, I'm not anti-Jewish, I just don't like what Israel does, which, again, is the same game a lot of leftists tend to play. So you're not wrong.
How I'm from New York, Connecticut.
Okay.
How can the Jewish population in New York elect him?
Because once you get away from Orthodox Jews, the other two branches of Judaism, conservative and reform, especially Reform Jews, are reflexively liberal. And they are buying Mamdani's crap about making New York City more affordable, making it easier for everybody. And, Bob, I am with you. I am just... Now, Bob, having said that, maybe he'll surprise all of us. I'm not betting on it.
Cuomo can get in. I know that Cuomo has a little bit of a scary background, but then again, look at Trump.
Yeah.
I mean, really, to destroy the White House?
Well, he's not, Bob.
Really?
He's not destroying the White House. He's and Bob, you're breaking up. I do have to go. Thank you for the call. Look, with the Trump and the White. First, let's get back to the New York thing. If Curtis Sleewood dropped out, Bob, to your point, if Sleewood dropped out, it would be a flat-out tie, like 48-48. So Curtis Sliwa will eventually elect Zohran Mamdani. I got nothing against Sliwa. I interviewed him a long time ago, when the Guardian Angels were in New Haven. I think it's good, but he's got no shot. But again, I think Curtis is a little off-put at how some people have doubted him in the past. Now, as far as the White House thing, I don't know. It just doesn't bother me. He's putting up a ballroom. Some people don't like it. And there have been numerous White House renovations before. It just doesn't bother me. And it's one of the far east wings. It's the far east wing of the White House. So in fact, they have even released, I'll go over this later, they have released a name of all the companies contributing to this. Are they buying influence? Maybe. Well, here's the thing then. Then once Donald Trump is done, I'm serious about this. Once Donald Trump is done, and the next time a Democrat is elected to the White House, then they can dismantle it. Right? Can they do that? I don't know. Maybe I'm the idiot here. Call me the idiot. I don't know. This just doesn't bother me as much as it bothers some people. I don't know. I like the fact that he's blowing up drug boats in the ocean, finally. Maybe Venezuela will eventually get the idea. Well, they shouldn't be blowing people. All right. Then if you know we're blowing people up along a certain corridor there, and they showed it on CNN before, it's two major corridors. I have an idea. If you're in a boat, try to avoid those corridors.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
New Haven, 91 southbound accident reported at the 95 merge. Congestion follows you down into West Haven. Wilbur Cross, north and southbound, you're bunched up into the tunnel. Route 8 northbound, same deal going into the Commodore Hole Bridge. Lower Fairfield County, 95 northbound, just volume delays in Stamford, Westport, and Fairfield. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands, Courtesy Carpet, no big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and chilly this evening and overnight. Upper 30s to near 40. Friday sunny with a high near 60. Saturday partly sunny and cooler with a high in the mid to upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Are you ready for some football? Tune in every Sunday to the Voice of Connecticut for nonstop NFL action. Catch 2 thrilling games at 1 p.m. and 4 p.m. Plus a 30-minute pregame show at 12:30. We'll bring you the insights, team updates, and the latest league news. It's all brought to you by Duchess Restaurants, where fresh food is served fast. Don't miss a moment of the action. The NFL on the Voice of Connecticut every Sunday. Kick off your game day right.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Republicans and Democrats are presenting bills in the Senate today to pay some federal workers during the shutdown. The Republican bill was up first.
The motion is not agreed to.
The Democratic bill expected to fail as well. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy was on Capitol Hill explaining what he's hearing from air traffic controllers.
And so if you have a controller that's working 6 days a week, but has to think about how am I going to pay the mortgage, how am I going to make the car payment, how am I going to put food on my kid's table, they have to make choices. And the choices they're making is to take a second job.
The head coach of the Portland Trail Blazers and a player for the Miami Heat were among dozens arrested in 2 criminal cases alleging separate schemes to rig sports bets and poker games. FBI Director Kash Patel.
The FBI led a coordinated takedown across 11 states to arrest over 30 individuals today responsible for this case, which is very much ongoing.
CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A 24-year-old woman has died after being found unresponsive on a Bridgeport street. Police say Evelyn Rayo Moreno was found unconscious on Black Rock Avenue late Tuesday night. Paramedics performed CPR at the scene before Rayo Moreno was taken to the hospital, where she was pronounced dead. Police were initially called to the scene on reports of an unattended child, and the child was found on a porch not far from where their mother was injured in the street. The death of a man at a Milford homeless encampment in August has been ruled a homicide. The state medical examiner says 57-year-old Joseph Kane died from smoke inhalation and thermal injuries at an encampment behind the Lowe's store on Old Gate Lane. Another resident of the encampment and a firefighter were injured during the blaze. Police say the investigation into the death is ongoing and no arrests have been made. A new Quinnipiac poll shows that the U.S. voters blame Republicans slightly more than Democrats for the ongoing federal government shutdown. The poll from the Hamden College shows that 45% of voters blame Republicans for the shutdown, and 39% believe Democrats are more responsible. 11% say Democrats and Republicans are equally responsible for the shutdown. Among independent voters, 48% blame Republicans more for the ongoing issues, with 32% blaming the Democrats. However, regardless of blame, both sides of the aisle will need to find a way to compromise if they hope to end the shutdown. At a recent media event, 3rd District Democratic Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro expressed a need for reconciliation.
Democrats and Republicans have to deal with the issues that the American people are facing. Let's try to come to a conclusion, as we have done historically.
Governor Ned Lamont has committed to using state surplus funds to keep multiple federally funded programs going, but has said that if the shutdown continues into November, that SNAP benefits will no longer be available.
It does seem pretty mean-spirited to cut off SNAP benefits at the very same time you're furloughing hundreds of thousands of people and asking them to work without pay.
Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal says new U.S. sanctions on Russian oil companies are a step in the right direction. However, Blumenthal says it's nowhere near enough to stop Russian oil and gas revenue from fueling its murderous war machine. He says this needs to be followed by major sanctions like a bill that seeks to stop China, Brazil, and other countries from buying Russian oil. He says until tough sanctions are imposed, Putin will continue to stonewall and slow walk the U.S. Governor Ned Lamont says the conviction of his former deputy budget director is a reminder of the consequences when the public trust is broken. Costa Diamantis was convicted by a federal jury yesterday on all 21 corruption charges he faced, including extortion and bribery. Lamont says that after he fired Diamantis in 2021, he ordered that immediate steps be taken to make sure this type of corruption cannot happen again. The charges were related to the role Diamantis held running the state school construction grant office. Outside court, Diamantis lamented that it was a, quote, clean sweep and said the jury clearly believed prosecutors and not him. In a conversation with WTNH-TV News 8, Diamantis' attorney, Norm Pattis, echoed the sentiment.
It's a disappointment. We look forward to post-trial proceedings and appeal.
Pattis says he expects a term of at least a decade in prison to be handed down at sentencing on January 14th. And the website Consumer Affairs says Connecticut is the 6th best state to raise a family. The state's ranking improved from 25th place in 2024. It notes Connecticut had the 3rd lowest percentage of children who did not get preventive care last year. Academic performance and school funding are both ranked 3rd in the country. New Hampshire was ranked the best state to raise a family. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, solid hour from Greenwich going through Fairfield. The Parkway slow ride starts in New Canaan. 95 southbound side, heavy residual delays. 91 merge going down into West Haven because of an earlier problem that has been cleared on the Wilbur Cross. Route 15 southbound, accident reported between exit 50 and the West Rock Tunnel. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and chilly with a low in the upper 30s to near 40. Sunny on Friday with a high near 60. Saturday, early sun, late day clouds with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Greenwich is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
By the way, coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, Shelton GOP State Senate member Jason Perillo stopping by now that we're hearing this special session in the General Assembly is going to be apparently on November 11th and 12th. Nobody knows what's going to be in it yet because the Democratic majority in Hartford won't tell anybody. Yeah, that's a way to be bipartisan. All right. So we'll talk to Jason about that. And coming up in about 30 minutes or so, Dr. Declan Hill, professor at the University of New Haven, a worldwide authority on sports, game fixing, gambling, and all that. So as we continue with this big story today that really affects everybody, because even though it's an NBA story, may not have taken place here in Connecticut again, how many states now have legal sports gambling? Remember years ago, oh my God, you had to meet some guy in a back alley, or you had to know where somebody was running an illegal football slip. Yeah, you know, this, that, and the other. Now, though, this is this is kind of like the lottery being fixed. I'm not inferring the Connecticut lottery's fixed, but we were told, and again, you know, stuff like this is going to happen, but the detractors are going to say, see? So you tell me, what are your thoughts on this? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Is this the reason, by the way, maybe that you don't bet on sports? And even though you know that slot machines go hot and cold and, you know, you could get a hot or cold blackjack table or something, or a card table, you'd rather do that than sports. Because, a bunch of, ping pong type balls banging around for a lottery drawing, there's no real human element there. They open up that little valve and, out comes a ball, and I don't know, can you fix that? I guess there have been allegations you could wait. Not WAIT, WEIGHT. You could weigh down a ball. I don't know. You tell me. Horse racing. I mean, there's been fixing in horse racing before, right? You inject horses with stuff. I remember a few years ago, they figured out a way, I guess, that, again, organized crime. I'm shocked. They would, as heinous as this sounds, right before a race, you'd have some people going into the paddock and sticking foam in one nostril of a horse. It wouldn't kill him, but he or she couldn't breathe. But again, people will bet on it, and God bless them if that's what they want. Mike in Fairfield. Mike, how are you? What's up?
Hey, Paul. This stuff's been going on quite a while. I had a relative that played highlight in Milford.
Uh-huh.
He played highlight in Milford, and I asked him, he would never tell you who was going to win or what, but he would tell you, how do you miss a ball that you caught 5,000 times? That's what.
And I used to, Mike.
Games, they were exciting.
Oh, that's it, Mike. I was telling somebody the other day here at Connoisseur, a younger person, and they said, oh, yeah, Milford Highline. My parents tell me about that. And Mike, I would go maybe once every 2 or 3 months with my buddies on a Saturday night. The food was good. We'd bet a little bit. And, yeah, people forget, Mike. There were 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 people there on a given night. But
exactly.
I remember sitting there going, God, this is easy to fix.
It rolls out of the basketball. Just rolls out of
out of the cesta. Yeah, the cesta, they used to call it.
But the other thing, Paul, is I'm really glad. I'm kind of like you. I'm glad we don't have a casino in Bridgeport because that would be my lunch break.
Oh, would it? Yeah. See,
I'm bad at it, Paul. I go up to the Foxwoods once or twice a year.
Okay.
But if it was that close.
So you only go once or twice, and you know when to walk away then, is what you're telling me.
I go up with a certain amount of money, and it's not a lot, Paul. I work hard for my money.
Yeah.
And when it's gone, it's gone.
Yeah. Yeah. Mike, thank you.
If it was in Bridgeport.
Oh, my God. Yeah. Mike, thanks. Appreciate it. Never mind Bridgeport. Remember? Yeah. Trump wanted Bridgeport. Remember? Trump wanted Bridgeport. And you remember who wanted Hartford? Steve Wynn. Oh, yeah. I was working in Hartford Talk Radio at the time. Not full-time. I was filling in. But, oh, boy, was Steve Wynn putting the screws on Hartford. This was early 90s, 92, 93, 94, if I remember. Yes. You wonder if Hartford ever got the casino. You wonder what, if any, lasting effects would have been if, in fact, Hartford got Steve Wynn's business and Bridgeport got Trump. And remember, the Trump proposal, I think, included a high-speed ferry from Manhattan to Bridgeport? Ah, yes. John in Wallingford. John, what's up?
Hey, Paul, at least you're going to get to talk sports.
Yeah, a little bit.
4 hours. And, wouldn't it be something? Look at the NCAA, what they're doing now. They're going to let these athletes that are getting paid all kinds of money, thousands of dollars they got now, and they can go bid it on pro sports at night. Unbelievable. I think it's bad. But, Paul, one other point I wanted to make.
Yeah.
I believe this is huge, Paul. It's huge. I believe that the league, they could possibly close the NBA down until this is over with, this investigation, and/or they could say no gambling, no legal gambling till it's all over.
You know, John, that wouldn't, and John, thank you for the call to preach. That wouldn't surprise. Look, they're not going to close the league down, but would it? And John, that's an interesting point. Does Adam Silver come out? Has he already been on the phone? Excellent point, John. Has Adam Silver already been on the phone talking to Caesars and FanDuel and DraftKings saying, hey, we're going to, please don't take action on us for 2 or 3 days. Now, probably not. We would have seen something tonight. And it depends what he saw in the report, too. Because, the FBI is going to say that, that's the first thing any sports commissioner is going to ask, right? How widespread is this? And maybe he's even talked with Kash Patel, the FBI guy, who said, well, we think we got everybody. So we'll see. Maybe you may have to go back to your neighborhood. I don't want to use the term bookie. Your neighborhood sports betting consultant. How's that?
Columbia Dental in Norwalk is part of a trusted integrated network, offering comprehensive dental services from A to Z, all in one convenient location. From routine cleanings to advanced procedures, their expert team is ready to care for your smile. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Complete dental care all under one roof.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
October 10th is World Mental Health Day, and this year we're saying thank you, therapists, because behind every breakthrough, supportive moment, and small win is a therapist who showed up and made a difference. BetterHelp therapists have supported over 5 million people globally on their mental health journeys. That's millions of stories, millions of journeys, where a therapist showed up, listened, and helped someone take a step forward. Moments in therapy, like the right question, a safe space to cry, or a small win, can change lives. With more than 12 years' experience and the world's largest online network of qualified therapists, BetterHelp makes it easy to match with the right therapist online, the one who can make a real difference. If you're ready to find the right therapist for you, BetterHelp can help you start that journey. See for yourself. Our listeners get 10% off their first month. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword ABC Radio. That's keyword ABC Radio after calling pound 250.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, solid hour from Greenwich going through Fairfield. The Parkway slow ride starts in New Canaan. 95 southbound side, heavy residual delays. 91 merge going down into West Haven because of an earlier problem that has been cleared on the Wilbur Cross. Route 15 southbound, accident reported between exit 50 and the West Rock Tunnel. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and chilly this evening and overnight. Upper 30s to near 40. Friday sunny with a high near 60. Saturday partly sunny and cooler with a high in the mid to upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut has a lot of problems. Here's the man who will solve them. Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, a lot of you people out there not happy about what's going on with the White House and the East Wing, part of the East Wing demolition, and this 900-person ballroom that Mr. Trump is spearheading being built there. So who's paying for this? There is a list now released by the White House. And maybe this is a list of people buying influence. I don't know. You tell me. The Altria Group, which is, the big tobacco companies. I don't know what brands they market, but Altria is I believe, and Lord knows I don't smoke, but one of the biggest tobacco giants in the world. Amazon, Apple, Booz Allen Hamilton, Caterpillar, Coinbase, Comcast Corporation. If you're a Comcast customers. Some of your money's going to build the White House ballroom there. J. Pepe and Emilia Fanjul. Pastafajul, Fanjul. Hard Rock International. Google. HP, Hewlett-Packard. Lockheed Martin, Meta Platforms, that's Facebook. Micron Technology, Microsoft, you've heard of them. Nextera Energy, Plantier Techniques. Ripple, I don't think it's that Ripple. I don't think the cheap wine is financing the West Wing, although you never know. Reynolds American, is that Reynolds? Maybe T-Mobile, Tether America, the Adelson Family Foundation, a lot of money there. I think the Adelson family are casino magnates, Sheldon Adelson, I think. Union Pacific Railroad, Stephen E. Brody, the Betty Wold Johnson Foundations, Charles and Marissa Casarilla, I believe it is. They're probably just really rich people. My name's not on the list. Edward and Sherry Glazer. I think he owns an NFL team. Is that the Glazer family? I don't know. Harold Hamm, Benjamin Leon Jr., the Lutnick family. That's Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, I guess. The Laura and Isaac Perlmutter Foundation, Stephen A. Schwartzman, Konstantin Sokolov, Kelly Loeffler, and Jeff Spetcher. She's still in the Senate, I think. Paolo Tiramani, whoever that is, Cameron Winklevoss, and Tyler Winklevoss. So there you go. Those are the donors. You can look into that. It's at thehill.com. You can boycott them. You can double your purchases. What do you want from me? 203-333-9422. 333 WICC. So we'll see what happens with that. You know, again, somebody mentioned this to me here in the building yesterday, who was, trust me, is not a Trump fan, but said, hey, it's just the shock of seeing the backhoes there and everything being broken apart there. Well, so we'll see. Listen, like I said, once he's gone, tear the thing down if you don't like it. We have more pressing issues. Hey, look, 71% like the fact that he's blowing drug boats out of the water, which I think most people do, but that's just me. So there is your donor list. So if you Google White House East Wing demolition donor list, you will see who's paying for it. And you can then make your decision as to whether you like it, you hate it, or something in the middle. John, this afternoon in Stratford. John, how are you? What's up?
Hey, Paul. Great show as always.
Thank you.
Hey, I just want to ask you, if you understand this No Kings rallies, I mean, they don't seem to make any sense. They seem kind of silly because there are no kings, and obviously the Democrats shut down their side of the government, so there are no kings.
I think, John, and I don't mean to besmirch these people. I honestly don't, because they're saying between 7 and 10 million people showed up. I think this was under the guise of No Kings, John. I think they needed a pep rally. I really think they do, because, listen, the Democratic Party right now, and this is not me being hyper-partisan here, John. You just look at the facts.
Disarray?
Disarray. Yeah, however, I mean, look, they don't control any branch of government. They have no defined leader. They have no defined platform. And there is an incredibly big schism, John, in the party right now. You have the AOC, Bernie wing, the left-leaning, we need to embrace socialism more. And then you have the kind of Josh Shapiro, Wes Moore, John Fetterman wing of the party is like, hey, we're killing ourselves here. So it seemed to me, John, and I know some people that went, they said they had a great time. It's kind of like a group therapy session, but that's okay. I'm all right with that. No, I mean,
is it that bad that they need a group therapy?
Well,
session?
I mean, John, I mean, take a look at, and John, thank you for the call. I appreciate it. I appreciate the question. Look, I had a dear friend of mine. I've known this guy for decades. And he messaged me the other day on Facebook, said, so what are your thoughts about this? And this guy is about my age, went to high school together. And this guy is an old, I don't mean old if he's listening, because he does listen sometime, but he is a traditional Democrat, a Joe Biden, Ed Rendell, proud, union card-carrying, retired hard hat Democrat. And we chat all the time. He's like, what happened to my party? And I'm like, dude, I don't know what to tell you. Now, all parties go through this. And again, the Republicans have already gone through it. You know, Trump was a bucket of ice water. People they were shocked that Trump got dumped on them in 2015 or 2016. He won then. He almost won in 2020, and he won again in 2024. So the transformation of the Republican Party for the next generation, it's done. It's a fait accompli. This is never going back to the Bush days or of the GOP. This is, you know what this is? I told my friend last night, this is Ronald Reagan on a lot of steroids. But now this is what's happening to the Democrats, and we'll see what happens. Is the future AOC or Zohran Mamdani? Or is the future, again, Josh Shapiro, Andy Beshear, Wes Moore, Seth Moulton? Now, that branch of the party is saying, hey, you lefties in our party, you're killing us politically. But the left end of the Democratic Party is saying, hey, no, you're killing us politically because you're not progressive enough. So we'll see what happens. But as far as the No Kings marches, it's kind of like, I'm sure there were a lot of diversity of opinion among the Democrats there. But again, they just have to figure it out. And to that end, coming up before the show's over, I got a piece of audio that, again, illustrates how they're flummoxed into a campaign message. How? Because look, you know that barring something tragic, J.D. Vance is probably going to be the 2028 nominee. So they're already saying stuff about Vance and about his wife, the second lady of the U.S., Usha Vance. I mean, this was on a major podcast the other day, and I heard this, and I said, you got to be kidding. This is how you're going to win back the White House?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, solid hour from Greenwich going through Fairfield. The Parkway slow ride starts in New Canaan. 95 southbound side, heavy residual delays. 91 merge going down into West Haven because of an earlier problem that has been cleared on the Wilbur Cross. Route 15 southbound, accident reported between exit 50 and the West Rock Tunnel. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and chilly with a low in the upper 30s to near 40. Sunny on Friday with a high near 60. Saturday, early sun, late day clouds with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Buy one chicken shawarma wrap and get one free. October is Customer Appreciation Month at AB's Falafel. Right now, buy one chicken shawarma wrap and get one free. AB's Falafel in Trumbull serves the freshest and most flavorful falafel, kebabs, salads, and shawarma. During the month of October, buy one chicken shawarma wrap and get one free. Visit AB's Falafel, 10 Broadway Road, Trumbull, absfalafel.com.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And or, look, if you want to give me some gambling insights, but you don't want to do it on the radio because, there could be a local cop listening going, I recognize that voice. No, you can always text me in confidence at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, talk or text. All right, we got news coming up. Hey, stay here. Latest from CBS and all the big stories. And, of course, to get you home or to school or to work, traffic and weather together on the 6s.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Republicans and Democrats each have bills to pay some federal workers as the government shutdown continues. The Republican measure has already failed. Caitlin Huey-Burns on Capitol Hill.
It's basically rinse and repeat up here on Capitol Hill, but this is the part of the shutdown that we're starting to see this outside pressure build up. Air traffic controllers are just getting half of their paychecks, and next week they won't be getting those paychecks at all. So you can imagine both Republicans and Democrats travel a lot. Air traffic controllers taking on second jobs right now.
President Trump has scrapped plans for a federal surge in San Francisco after speaking to the mayor, Daniel Lurie. Trump says Lurie asked him very nicely to give him a chance to turn things around.
We are adding police officers and sheriff's deputies for the first time in a decade. We have record low number of encampments on our streets. Our new approach is delivering results.
The Department of Homeland Security now says all assets and resources are being redirected. Trump is touting the efforts to wipe out cartels.
The cartels are waging war on America, and just as I promised in the campaign, we're waging war on them.
An NBA head coach and player are among those charged in what authorities say were sprawling schemes to rig sports betting and poker games. Mafia families, too, were said to be involved. CBS's Jake Rosen.
When the federal government brings cases like these, with 30-plus people involved, 4+ different Cosa Nostra or mob families involved, it certainly seems very likely that this case is almost airtight.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio, the latest administration official to travel to Israel to shore up the Gaza peace plan.
It's a very important achievement, but there's more work to be done and bigger achievements that lie ahead. And so we're here to work on that, and we feel very positive and confident that we're going to get there despite substantial obstacles. We're going to get there.
There were more questions today about the demolition of the East Wing of the White House. Linda Kenyon has that.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the demolition was necessary.
Trust the process. This is going to be a magnificent addition to the White House for many years to come.
As to whether the National Capital Planning Commission signed off on the demolition.
A submission is not required legally for that. Only for vertical construction will a submission be required, and that's a legal opinion from them.
She added no taxpayer dollars are being used to fund the project. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
On Wall Street, at the closing bell, stocks finished higher. The Dow Jones Industrials up by 144 points. This is CBS News.
The annual Progressive Keys to Progress program provides vehicles to deserving veterans, helping our heroes drive their lives forward. Learn more at keystoprogress.com.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Say hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Pirie, coming this October.
You don't look lip, please.
I'll take that as a compliment. See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile.
I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities. So do like I did and have one of your assistants switch you to Mint Mobile today.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Police in Monroe say the investigation into the murder of 8-year-old Renee Freer in 1977 is over and nobody will be charged. Police believe the killer is a male known to Freer, who was a juvenile when she was killed with blows to the head from a large rock. Police sought an arrest warrant for the person for manslaughter, but it was rejected by prosecutors over statute of limitations issues. A murder charge is also not possible because of the juvenile age of the suspect at the time of the killing. The 67-year-old suspect accused of killing his girlfriend this week in Stratford has been arraigned. Stanley Mulvey of Stratford is charged with murder in the stabbing death of 62-year-old Megan McShane. A judge yesterday ordered Mulvey to remain in custody on $1 million bond. Family members of the victim spoke outside court and alleged that Mulvey had been abusive to McShane for years. Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal says new U.S. sanctions on Russian oil companies are a step in the right direction. However, Blumenthal says it's nowhere near enough to stop Russian oil and gas revenue from fueling its murderous war machine. He says this needs to be followed by major sanctions, like a bill that seeks to stop China, Brazil, and other countries from buying Russian oil. He says until tough sanctions are imposed, Putin will continue to stonewall and slow walk the U.S. And a groundbreaking ceremony took place yesterday for the new Residence Inn by Marriott at Steel Point Harbor. Bridgeport has been without a major hotel for years, and the construction of the Residence Inn is just one of many projects now underway in the ongoing renovation of Bridgeport's East Side. Multiple city and state officials, including Mayor Joe Ganim, spoke at the ceremony.
It's a big day for Bridgeport. It's a big day for Connecticut. It means a lot when you see this type of collaboration, grassroots up to including the federal government coming together.
Governor Ned Lamont pointed out the renovation of the East Side also includes new housing units currently under construction and the potential creation of an MLS stadium with the hopes of bringing another professional sports team to Connecticut.
Look what it is today, and look what it's going to be tomorrow. This is a place where people want to be. This is a great location. I mean, a short walk to the train station, short walk to the airport. Go get yourself a cup of coffee, and you can live right here. I love it.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a solid hour crunch through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound, slow ride starts in New Canaan. Out of New Haven, 95 south, congestion delays heavy through Long Wharf northbound. Plenty of company through Milford and Orange as well. Wilbur Cross northbound, you've got extra congestion coming off Route 34 going up to the tunnel. Same on Route 8 northbound going into the Commodore Old Bridge. Traffic report powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Gillifson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give. Peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
Clear and chilly this evening and overnight. Upper 30s to near 40. Friday sunny with a high near 60. Saturday partly sunny and cooler with a high in the mid to upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And did I say thank you today? Thank you so much for tuning into us here Monday through Friday, 2 to 6. Thanks for picking us anytime right here at WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and of course online at voiceofct.com. We know you have choices, thousands of them out there, so thanks seriously from myself and Lisa and Melissa and John and Chris for checking us out, live programming right here on WICC in Connecticut, Fairfield County. You wonder now if the amount of money, maybe, you don't know how this will ripple out, that the state makes from legal sports gambling could take a little bit of a hit because of today's story. My sense is probably not, but you don't know. We're talking about this big story where the FBI announced today that they've made a bust connected to at least one NBA coach and some players concerning these rigged celebrity card games, but at least one player who apparently was out there, maybe, this is all alleged now, giving out, some sort of privileged information to the mafia, the organized crime world, and they would bet accordingly. Not anything that hasn't gone on for about 100 years, but this will give some ammo to those who say, see, you're going to get some of this. Now, the people who are into sports betting and sports gambling, maybe here in Connecticut, the casinos, the Connecticut Lottery, FanDuel, DraftKings, are going to say, there's always going to be a little alleged slime, a little alleged problems. Let's not lose our minds over this. So I ask you, do you bet on sports? And are you at all surprised about this? Or do you stay away from sports betting and maybe you buy the lottery or you go to, maybe, thank God, your church bingo game isn't compromised? But is this the kind of thing where you're going to wave your finger in your hand's face? We all have that buddy, that guy, that gal who thinks they're a whiz. Oh, I've got my football picks this week. Boy, are we going to be good. So maybe they're going to wag their finger in your face. So, do you bet on sports, and are you surprised? Chris, what do we have today?
Steve said that he quit betting on sports when he quit drinking in 2000.
All right.
And Pope Steve said he has amassed a small fortune by betting against the Jets every Sunday for the last 50 years.
All right, thanks. See, but just bet against my football team every Sunday. Do it within your means. What do they say? Bet with your head, not over it. And you'll be on the plus side of the ledger. All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
Getting through your work week is tough, but the weekend means one thing: football. And all the best action is heard live on WICC. Every Sunday at 11, the Rudin Report presents Sunday Morning Quarterback, recapping the week of high school football. Then at 12:30, it's time to go pro with the NFL and the Duchess Restaurant's doubleheader, because Sundays are made for football. Every week this season on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices. Try the Big D Philly cheesesteak, or how about a combo meal like a Big D cheeseburger, long dog, or grilled chicken sandwich with fries and a drink, or a roasted turkey, bacon, and cheddar on wheatberry bread. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many menu items: sandwiches, wraps, burgers, hot dogs, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
It sounds like
It goes.
it's like a whistle?
No matter what noise your car is making, call Fairfield Moto Works. 203-333-1800. Specializing in Audi, BMW, Mercedes, and domestics, it's honest, reliable repairs at low prices. For the mechanic you can trust, call Fairfield Moto Works. 203-333-1800. So when your car goes ping or swoosh, call 203-333-1800. Fairfield Moto Works in Fairfield off exit 25. They keep you going. Fairfield Moto Works.
Legends of Fear, now open for our 29th year of haunting. Ride our haunted hayride or walk the Hallow Trail and visit Melonhead Revenge. Enjoy up to 90 minutes of terror at our farm. Real farm, real woods, real fear. Legends of Fear is the best in outdoor haunting. Buy your tickets now at legendsoffear.com, a nationally ranked top haunt. Bring your family for an exciting night of outdoor adventure. Visit legendsoffear.com. That's legendsoffear.com.
Hi, Hi, I'm Stephanie Thomas, Connecticut Secretary of the State. Your vote in November really matters. So if you're voting by absentee ballot, it's your responsibility to return it correctly and legally. But don't worry, we've got you covered. You can find everything you need to know at myvote.ct.gov. And if you see something that looks wrong, report it to the State Elections Enforcement Commission at 1-866-733-2463.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change a life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a solid hour, Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound, slow ride starts in New Canaan out of New Haven. 95 south, congestion delays heavy through Long Wharf northbound. Plenty of company through Milford and Orange as well. Wilbur Cross northbound, you've got extra congestion coming off Route 34 going up to the tunnel. Same on Route 8 northbound going into the Commodore Hole Bridge. Traffic report powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Elifson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give. Peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. And that's Krause, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and chilly with a low in the upper 30s to near 40. Sunny on Friday with a high near 60. Saturday, early sun, late day clouds with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
On your laptop, on your smart speaker, and even on your radio. No matter where or how you listen, you've got Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
The last time we spoke to my next guest, I recall it was a few years ago, and it had to do with a fixing controversy either in tennis or soccer, and now we're, of course, talking about American basketball. He's an instructor, a teacher at the University of New Haven. Dr. Declan Hill is the guest. Declan, it's Paul again. Good to speak with you. How are you?
I'm very well, Paul. I really wish I'd been wrong. I remember the last time you and I spoke, I said, you're going to have me back on.
Yeah.
There's going to be a major scandal in American sports. And here we are. And we've had a number of the minor ones. We've had the John Tate Porter scandal. We've had the Shohei Ohtani translator scandal last year.
Yeah.
But this really is the reckoning that I've been talking about with you and before the U.S. Congressional committees for a number of years. There's a clear present danger to our sports brought on by this wave of sports gambling.
Declan, the usual thought of Americans is, and probably of international people too, tennis players, soccer stars, oh, come on. These people make so much money. They're 10, 20, 30, 40, $50 million a year. Why would they ever get even close to this? Why is that? Why does that still happen?
Yeah, that's a great question, and there's two answers to it. One is that most athletes actually don't make that money. The guys that we're obsessed with are sports heroes. Yes, they do, but 99% of athletes don't make that kind of money. They're senior high school students, they're NCAA athletes, or they're just like John Tate Porter, grifters in the league just trying their best, and they're nowhere near those things. The second thing, however, is much more systemic, and that is the rampant level of sports gambling addiction among athletes. Pathologically, they are much more at risk of becoming addicts. And so really the better you are as an athlete, the more at risk you are of addiction. You and I could spend until 5 o'clock just throwing names back and forth of high-profile athletes: Pete Rose, Michael Jordan, Nicholson, John Daly, Gianluigi Buffon. The very things that made those guys fantastic athletes are the same things that put them at risk of pathological problem gambling. And listen, Daly, he's on the record as saying that he lost tens of millions of dollars in sports gambling addiction. Wow. John Tay Porter, a Toronto Raptor NBA player that I just mentioned last year, I got his telegram text to these mobsters that he was playing poker with, and verbatim it goes, I know that I owe you guys $8,000, and unless I pay you, you guys are going to come up and bleep me up. Oh. I won't say the bleep. And you think about that. You unpack that for a moment. Here's a guy that makes not huge amounts of money by NBA standards, by the rest of us, a lot of money. Yeah. He made somewhere around $250,000 a year. He's lost all of that, so he can't afford to pay his gambling debts of $8,000 to these mobsters. And they're saying, hey, listen, we want a favor from you, or we're really going to do some serious damage to you. So that's the extent of gambling. Indebtedness. It will addict these guys. They will bring in. Doesn't matter how much money they make. The better they are as athletes, the more likely they are to become addicted.
When you enunciated, Declan, as you did a few seconds ago, that you told this to members of Congress and you tell this to lawmakers, what's their reaction when they hear this from you?
I hate to say this because it's going to sound like I'm sucking up, like I'm brown nosing him. But it's not. That's not true. Senator Richard Blumenthal here in Connecticut has actually, dropped the gloves, skated onto the ice, and has begun to fight for this issue. Yeah. There's an event we're doing November 6th down in D.C. where Senator Blumenthal is doing just kind of what 99% of our listeners would think is the right thing. Like, let's just regulate this. Let's not ban sports gambling. Let's not put it into the dark ages, but let's just regulate this properly. Let's talk about the extent of gambling addiction, which has been unleashed onto the American public. Let's start, getting out information to gamblers, making sure that it's a properly regulated marketplace, and finally, let's get the sports leagues in to get this thing regulated, because at the moment, as everybody that's ever watched an NFL game or an MLB playoff series now, you're just inundated.
I know.
sports gambling advertising constantly. So our athletes have become, since you and I spoke a couple of years ago, they basically become the equivalent of racehorses. These vehicles for gambling, as opposed to what it used to be, like a vehicle for a great narrative. Are they going to hit that ball? Are they going to go sweep across? Yeah. Now it's like, hey, are they going to make this? Are they going to make the line?
And to me, I mean, think about watching a game, Declan, as you just mentioned, and let's say that you're in recovery, or you're trying to quell those urges to gamble. And in the crawl, the lower third on the screen, or up in the quarter, there's the money line, there's the over/under, there are the prop bets on rebounds and yards rushing. And you're right, it's like a recovering. It's like having dinner in a restaurant with a recovering alcoholic, and you're sitting at the bar. You know what I mean?
Yep. Oh yeah, absolutely. And look, mobile phones now are the casinos of 10 years ago. So you're walking around. If you have a mobile phone, which most of us do, you're walking around with a casino in your pocket. It is very, very, very difficult to be able to break that spell. And this is one of the catalysts of this NBA scandal that we're facing, that the FBI and Department of Justice announced today, is that many of those athletes that are caught up in it, many of those people that are caught up in it, we're going to discover, some of them will be innocent, the innocent guys swept up in the thing, but some of them, will be driven by addiction, by this addiction. And that's what organized crime does. Paul, you know that I infiltrated a number of major organized crime outfits out of Asia who traveled around the world doing major sporting events. And this is what happens. This is what they do is they recruit players through these poker games. They stage these poker games, be it with high-profile Hollywood celebrities or whatever, and then they're looking around for what they call the degenerates. the really gambling addicts, and that's what they're going to make their money on. And that's clearly what they've been doing in this case.
And of course, Declan, finally, there's always that organized crime aspect of it. And as some of my callers have said here, and as you've probably heard, the organized crime people are still in this because the legal gambling platforms, they will cut you off. There are limits on whatever card or account you give with them. But as my callers always say, bookies and organized crime still exist because if they've got you, they'll give you more. They will give you that loan or just make good on it.
Well, I have two comments to your callers. One is that that may be true in Connecticut, but I can take you to places in America where there's very little difference between the bookmakers and organized crime guys. Out of London, some of the bookmakers in London, England, were getting those lists. The ones where gambling addicts self-identify and say,
"Oh my God,
let me." And we're using that.
Oh my God!
And sending these guys text messages. So one, on an unregulated market, you're going to get some scumbags. Two, sports gambling and organized crime are intertwined. It's not simply a question of we'll make it legal and things. Right now, there's a gang warfare going on in southern Ontario, where I'm from, where the Hells Angels and the La Cosa Nostra guys are killing each other.
Wow.
Last killing was in a Chinese restaurant. It was The Godfather. These guys just walked over and shot this guy in the head. So illegal sports gambling ain't going anywhere. So we've really got to begin a national conversation, get some regulation in there. Again, I'm not suggesting we ban it, but we've really got to make sure that this is not the next opioid epidemic, which is going to sweep away our population and our sports in ways that we don't want.
Thanks so much. Our guest, Professor Declan Hill, the University of New Haven. 2 books. Check them out. One, The Fix, Soccer and Organized Crime, and also The Insider's Guide to Match Fixing in Football. Declan, great to speak with you again. Hopefully we can chat again down the line. Thank you so much. Great insights.
It's always an honor to be on your show. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Declan Hill, Dr. Declan Hill, a professor at the University of New Haven, criminal justice there. Yeah, he's followed this all over the world, and unfortunately, as he says, this is something that is just always going to be out there.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a solid hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound, slow ride starts in New Canaan. Out of New Haven, 95 south. Congestion delays heavy through Long Wharf northbound. Plenty of company through Milford and Orange as well. Wilbur Cross northbound, you've got extra congestion coming off Route 34 going up to the tunnel. Same on Route 8 northbound going into the Commodore Hole Bridge. Traffic report powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Elifson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give. Peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. And that's Krause, WICC traffic.
Clear and chilly this evening and overnight. Upper 30s to near 40. Friday sunny with a high near 60. Saturday partly sunny and cooler with a high in the mid to upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff from Melissa in the Morning on the Voice of Connecticut, and I'd love for you to join me November 6th at UConn Stanford for the Reputation Made event. Discover how shifting news cycles, influencers, and the demand for authenticity are reshaping how brands and leaders earn attention today. You'll hear from inspiring business leaders like Stu Leonard Jr., meet one-on-one with state leaders, and connect with some of the brightest minds in our state. Get your tickets now at Connecticut-Made.com. Join us and be part of what gets made.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866.
Want to know how business gets made in Connecticut? Check out the Made podcast at voiceofct.com. It's the official companion to the Made Leadership Series. Want to stay ahead of the curve and learn from top minds? Check out Connecticut-made.com and get made.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune in to That Garden Guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, That Garden Guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Senate Republicans and Democrats have dueling plans to pay some federal workers. So far, the Republican plan has failed. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries.
Tomorrow, hundreds of thousands of hard-working federal employees will miss a paycheck.
President Trump says he's changed his mind about deploying federal forces to San Francisco after talking to the mayor, Mayor Daniel Lurie, just minutes ago.
In our conversation, the president told me clearly that he was calling off any plans for a federal surge in San Francisco.
More than 30 people have been charged in 2 schemes involving sports betting and poker. U.S. Attorney Joseph Nisella.
This scheme is an insider sports betting conspiracy that exploited confidential information about National Basketball Association athletes and teams.
On Wall Street, stocks are higher. CBS News Brief. I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A 24-year-old woman has died after being found unresponsive on a Bridgeport street. Police say Evelyn Rayo Moreno was found unconscious on Black Rock Avenue late Tuesday night. Paramedics performed CPR at the scene before Rayo Moreno was taken to the hospital, where she was pronounced dead. Police were initially called to the scene on reports of an unattended child, and the child was found on a porch not far from where their mother was injured in the street. The death of a man at a Milford homeless encampment in August has been ruled a homicide. The state medical examiner says 57-year-old Joseph Kane died from smoke inhalation and thermal injuries at an encampment behind the Lowe's store on Old Gate Lane. Another resident of the encampment and a firefighter were injured during the blaze. Police say the investigation into the death is ongoing and no arrests have been made. The Stratford Police Department has achieved full accreditation from the Connecticut Police Officers Standards and Training Council. For the first time in its history, the department has met all 3 tiers of requirements, with Tier 1 being liability standards, Tier 2 being professional standards, and Tier 3 being general management. In a statement, Stratford Mayor Laura Hoydick said, quote, "Their achievement of full post accreditation is a reflection of that commitment and a testament to their dedication to serving our community with the highest standards of excellence." Governor Ned Lamont says the conviction of his former deputy budget director is a reminder of the consequences when the public trust is broken. Costa Diamantis was convicted by a federal jury yesterday on all 21 corruption charges he faced, including extortion and bribery. Lamont says that after he fired Diamantis in 2021, he ordered that immediate steps be taken to make sure this type of corruption cannot happen again. The charges were related to the role Diamantis held running the state school construction grant office. Outside court, Diamantis lamented that it was, quote, "a clean sweep," and said the jury clearly believed prosecutors and not him. In a conversation with WTNH-TV News 8, Diamantis' attorney, Norm Pattis, echoed the sentiment.
It's a disappointment.
We look forward to post-trial proceedings and appeal.
Pattis says he expects a term of at least a decade in prison to be handed down at sentencing on January 14th. The state has approved Milford's plan to install speed and red light enforcement cameras around the city. The DOT has given the okay for enforcement cameras in 9 locations in Milford. Milford Mayor Tony Giannatasio has been a major proponent of the cameras, not only for their assistance with public safety, but also their potential help with police work.
If there's a stolen vehicle and it comes up on the camera, the LPR reader, the police will be able to dispatch in real time. And actually, most of the crimes that are being committed are with stolen vehicles. Not only retrieve the stolen vehicle, but we will be able to stop a crime possibly in progress.
The 3 red light cameras will all be on the Boston Post Road at intersections with Cedarhurst Lane, High Street, and North Street. Speed cameras will be on the Boston Post Road, Gulf Street, Merwin Avenue, Milford Road, Orange Avenue, and Woodruff Road. A new Quinnipiac poll shows that U.S. voters blame Republicans slightly more than Democrats for the ongoing federal government shutdown. The poll from the Hamden College shows that 45% of voters blame Republicans for the shutdown and 39% believe Democrats are more responsible. 11% say Democrats and Republicans are equally responsible for the shutdown. Among independent voters, 48% blame Republicans more for the ongoing issues, with 32% blaming the Democrats. However, regardless of blame, both sides of the aisle will need to find a way to compromise if they hope to end the shutdown. At a recent media event, 3rd District Democratic Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro expressed a need for reconciliation.
Democrats and Republicans have to deal with the issues that the American people are facing. Let's try to come to a conclusion, as we have done historically.
Governor Ned Lamont has committed to using state surplus funds to keep multiple federally funded programs going, but has said that if the shutdown continues into November, that SNAP benefits will no longer be available.
It does seem pretty mean-spirited to cut off SNAP benefits at the very same time you're furloughing hundreds of thousands of people and asking them to work without pay.
And the website Consumer Affairs says Connecticut is the 6th best state to raise a family. The state's ranking improved from 25th place in 2024. It notes Connecticut had the 3rd lowest percentage of children who did not get preventive care last year. Academic performance and school funding are both ranked 3rd in the country. New Hampshire was ranked the best state to raise a family. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a solid hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound, slow ride starts in New Canaan. Out of New Haven, 95 south. Congestion delays heavy through Long Wharf northbound. Plenty of company through Milford and Orange as well. Wilbur Cross northbound, you've got extra congestion coming off Route 34 going up to the tunnel. Same on Route 8 northbound going into the Commodore Hole Bridge. Traffic report powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Elifson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give: peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. And that's Kraus, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and chilly with a low in the upper 30s to near 40. Sunny on Friday with a high near 60. Saturday, early sun, late day clouds with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You've got thoughts. Share them with Paul. Text 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
All right, on this government shutdown thing, this is getting ridiculous now. SNAP benefits may run out here in Connecticut on November 1st. Now, there's an indicator here. Now, you see who's feeling more pressure here, and it's clearly the Democrats. And you know, of course, Dick Blumenthal, Chris Murphy. I'm assuming, I know that's dangerous, but again, there was another vote today or supposed vote. And look, the Republicans are saying, let's reopen the government with what they call a clean continuing resolution, a CR, which you have to pass by rule to get the government back open and and get people paid. Now, I guess this week is going to be the first time where some federal workers actually miss a check. And they may be in the process of doing that today. We'll keep an eye on that. But again, part of the reason the Democrats are voting no on this in sufficient numbers not to break the filibuster is because they are insisting that certain tax benefits and extensions be renewed or looked at and legislated in this continuing resolution. The White House is saying, no, open the government up and then we can argue about it. So you may say, well, why is this still going on? Well, it's going on, and I'm telling you, I know there are people saying this isn't the case, but you hear and you read reports about, hey, again, as I said earlier when we had a caller, the progressive wing of the party, of the Democratic Party, is basically behind closed doors telling Chuck Schumer and the traditional Democrats, don't give in, don't. Now, again, nobody's admitting this, but AOC had to come out the other day and deny it. So it's a non-denial denial. So again, they see this, the progressive wing of the party sees this as a way to get some sort of a toehold on something to wound President Trump and the Republicans. Now, it is hurting the Republicans a bit, but for some reason, there are a couple of polls out there that actually show Donald Trump's approval rating up a point or two. And then you have this. And maybe because the first round of checks is being missed while we heard that news from Chris and what our congressional reps are saying, get this, according to The Hill, this cleared about a half an hour ago. 2 Senate Democrats have broken with their party on a bill to pay essential workers during the shutdown. Now, again, the Republicans are trying another bill to say, all right, if you won't do a clean CR, just go along with us and we'll pay some essential workers. Now, again, that was defeated, but Senator John Ossoff of Georgia, who's the most vulnerable Democratic incumbent in the Senate, according to the numbers, and his co-Senate member, Raphael Warnock, voted today yes on a Republican bill to pay federal workers, including members of the military. John Fetterman voted yes on that as well. No other Democrats did. So technically, the bill had a majority of the vote. There were 99 votes. It passed 54 to 45, but in that phase, you need 60 votes. So these votes in the Senate are not to exactly pass a resolution. It's to end what would be a debate period. Ossoff and Warnock's votes are noticeable and notable, they say here, because they have voted 12 times against a House-passed bill to reopen the government and to fund it through the 21st of November. They have, however, voted repeatedly for a Democratic alternative to fund the government that would extend enhanced health insurance premiums and restore nearly $1 trillion in Medicaid cuts. So, folks, you have to understand something. It seems here that Mr. Warnock and Mr. Ossoff are doing a little thing called common sense. But, and if you don't believe me, go online, go to Senate.gov or whatever you go, or you Google, the roll call votes on these things. Senator Blumenthal and Senator Murphy are continuing to vote no on this. So Dick Blumenthal and Chris Murphy are keeping the government closed. I don't know how the hell else I can tell you this. Because they are insisting on these Medicaid Medicaid funds to be reinstated, and these Affordable Care Act tax subsidies to be reinstated. Whereas the Republicans are saying, well, we'll deal with that separately. Maybe we'll get a deal on that. So again, over the past few, and you're going to hear the rhetoric from Mr. Blumenthal, and you're going to hear the rhetoric from Mr. Murphy. You know, Chris Murphy, the sky is falling. The world's going to get nuked tomorrow by Trump. You know him. How about, gentlemen, and look, if you want to fight for these Medicaid subsidies, this funding to endure, good for you. If you want to fight for these Affordable Care Act tax subsidies to continue, good for you. Reopen the government. But again, this is quiet pressure coming from the progressive side of the aisle, or Democrats, saying, no, we have to create this so people pay attention. Because they have no candidate, they have no leader, they have no platform, and they have no legislative priorities.
Are the taxes on your financial savings cutting into your retirement? Do you truly understand the taxes on your IRAs and 401ks? Would you like a future where your taxes are minimized and investments are sound? If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least a $250,000 portfolio, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help. Call for a complimentary consultation. They'll show you real tax savings on your savings. 203-795-7080. 203-795-7080. Bridgelight Financial Advisors, your retirement tax strategy specialists.
Ciao from Gusto Trattoria in Milford. With brand new space, delicious food, and welcoming staff, it's a great time to enjoy Gusto Trattoria in Milford. Dine in and enjoy modern and classic Italian specials, perfect for the season. For events at home, you'll love Gusto's extensive catering menu. And for special occasions, choose one of Gusto's private rooms with many catering options. It's all at Gusto Trattoria in Milford, located right off 95 at 255 Boston Post Road, Milford. 203-876-7464.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
A bit of a bounce back in stocks and gold today, and oil rallied after the Trump administration imposed sanctions on 2 of Russia's biggest oil companies. The Dow rebounded 144 points after yesterday's slide, ending at 46,734, while the S&P got back almost all of what was lost, up 39 points to 6738, and the Nasdaq rebounded a little over 200 points to 22,941. Oil rallied 5.25%, $3.09 to $61.59 a barrel after those sanctions were announced yesterday, while gold and silver both also bounced back a bit, not getting back everything that was lost in recent days, but still up better than 1% each. Gold was up $68.50 to $41.33 the ounce, while silver was up 91 cents to $48.59. 10-year note yields climbed back to 4% on the day, while the dollar also firmed up as we wait for tomorrow's much-delayed release of consumer price data, giving us a reading on inflation at the retail level. The government shutdown continued today into its 22nd day, now officially second longest on record.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident exit 8, and overall on 95, plan on at least an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. New Haven 95 south crawling through Long Wharf, Wilbercross a little bit easier. Route 8 northbound, you're bunched up, exit 11 going up to the bridge. I'm Edge Krause with WICC traffic.
Clear and chilly this evening and overnight, upper 30s to near 40. Friday sunny with a high near 60. Saturday partly sunny and cooler with a high in the mid to upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
As soon as you hear it in the news, Paul already has his opinion on it. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. You know, you would think that both sides in this government shutdown thing would look at each other prior to November 1st. Now, that's a big date, and today's what, the 23rd? So you would think by next Friday, which is, of course, October 31st, Saturday being, a week from Saturday being November 1, you would think that common sense would dictate to both sides. And maybe it will. Maybe this is a big cha-cha here. Maybe they're both milking this for as much as they can. Maybe this will go another week and they're going to say, well, hey, look, we've gotten as much PR on this as we possibly can. I don't know. Because, and again, this is a game of chicken. So you obviously have Dick Blumenthal and Chris Murphy and a lot of other Democrats saying, well, you know, we've got, the longer we wait, we've got them in the corner. Because there's no way they won't vote for the continuing resolution that we want to reopen the government with that health care funding and have people lose, you know, their SNAP benefits, which is used to be known, obviously, as food stamps. But again, on the other side, you know, you probably have the Republicans saying the same thing. Hey, there's no way we got them now, right? Because there's no way they will oppose us enough to go beyond the 31st and go into November 1st, where people here in Connecticut and others may lose their food stamps. Or SNAP, as it used to be called. If you're an old guy like me, it's food stamps. I can still feel the texture of those food stamps in my hands as I rip them out of the coupon books in my father's store there. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Now, what's the White House keeping on doing it? Now, again, this is the president. This is Trump. The marketing. You know, we had Lion Ted, we had Little Marco, we had Low Energy Jeb. Remember that? Well, what is he doing with this? The Schumer shutdown. And you can see the numbers are either static or moving ever so slightly, and not much, a point over the past week, which is within the margin of error, in favor of the White House. So you wonder how you can't. Are they really going to make people not get their SNAP cards on November 1st? Come on. And listen, the White House is doing exactly what you would expect. They're calling it the Schumer shutdown. And what happens after every couple of days? The Senate introduces the same bill and says, hey, let's reopen the government and we'll deal with the health care subsidies later, which is the smarter way to do it. And here's the reason why. Because if somebody can't eat, all right, and the White House keeps saying, we want to open the government, but we've tried this vote a dozen times, and the Democrats won't go along with us. Like, where is Chuck Schumer? Where is that advantage? Explain to me. When people can't eat, you have people going to food banks now when it's not necessary. And the only reason it's happening is Chuck Schumer, Dick Blumenthal, and Chris Murphy won't sign a clean continuing resolution to open up the cash registers again unless it has aspects of health care coverage in it. That's what it is. So maybe you think that's good? I don't know. I don't. Listen, if they go beyond November 1, oh, man. Wow. But again, the longer this goes, unless both sides come together and, back channel meeting and they say, all right, we've punched ourselves out for 3 weeks. Now what are we going to do? I don't know. Eric in Fairfield. Eric, good afternoon. How are you?
Paul, I'm well. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
Paul, I usually come to you with a comment or a opinion. Today I'm coming to you with a potential question.
Yes.
So here goes. I'm listening to WICC updates on my drive to the office this morning, and one of the updates said that a recent Quinnipiac poll, you may know the one I'm talking about, it cited that roughly, and I'm driving so I can't look it up, but about 48% of independent voters blame the Republicans for the shutdown.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm curious, given the history of CRs and where we are, given the overall, at least, fact that the Democrats are continuously voting now over 13 times against reopening, what can you help? Can you make it make sense to me, Paul?
No, I can't. I can't. Eric, people it's the way they perceive stuff. I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know. I don't know.
And I will say that I don't know if Quinnipiac being where it is geographically has any bearing, if the sample size was tainted. It's not about the issues first of all, it's not about blame because there's real people suffering. And it's not even about the issue. Let's suspend the position of the Democrats and that of the Republicans. But the inability to pass a CR and in good faith negotiate this is squarely on the Democrats. Now, you can argue they have a point, and that's fine. Everybody has an opinion. But how the shutdown itself is a product of the Republicans feels naive and short-sighted.
And the thing, Eric, thank you for the call. I appreciate that. I agree with you. And also, if you're the Democrats, don't you want to reopen the government, get that out of the way, get the cash flowing again, and then everybody takes a big, deep breath, right? You take a deep breath, right, and you say, okay, now to this health care stuff. Let's go. Let's get ready to rock and roll here. See, they must figure, and this stuff is all focus grouped. There's internal polling that the Democrats are probably doing, and they're probably saying, we have a chance to nick up Trump here, or the Republicans. And we'll take this maybe to November 1st, and then we'll come out and say, you know what? We still disagree, but unlike the White House, we want people to eat. I mean, who knows? This could all be a grand strategery, as Mr. Bush used to say. Traffic and weather together on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident exit 8, and overall on 95, plan on at least an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. New Haven 95 south crawling through Long Wharf, Wilbercross a little bit easier. Route 8 northbound, you're bunched up exit 11 going up to the bridge. I'm Edge Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and chilly with a low in the upper 30s to near 40. Sunny on Friday with a high near 60. Saturday, early sun, late day clouds with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Are you a local business owner? We have a backstage pass for you. This is your invitation to our marketing open house, 8 to 9:30 a.m. on October 28th. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and as a business owner, you have built a great business. You're proud of it, and you want it to grow. Come on October 28th and see how radio advertising can work for you. You hear the commercials on the Voice of Connecticut. Now let's get your business on the air. Our team is dedicated to helping local business with effective radio and digital advertising. So if you own a business, join us at the Connoisseur Media Open House on October 28th. It's free, but registration is required. To register, email your name and business to ctmarketing@conmedia.com, and we'll send you the details. October 28th is our marketing open house. Come see how our team will help your business grow. Email ctmarketing@connmedia.com. Time for you to be on the radio.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
November the 11th and November the 12th. Those apparently, by what we hear, might be the days for a special legislative session in Hartford. Now, if you ask me, what are they going to be doing at that special session? I have no idea. That's why we have Shelton Republican State Senator Jason Perillo coming on the program shortly to maybe give us some answers on that.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Day 23 of the government shutdown. The focus is on federal workers missing their pay. CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns has the latest from Capitol Hill.
Because there is no movement on this short-term resolution that they've been voting over and over again. You have both parties putting forward proposals to pay different sectors kind of in piecemeal, and we've not seen any success with any of those yet.
The Republican plan has already failed in a vote today. President Trump has scrapped plans to deploy federal agents to San Francisco.
These are the companies that are there that are all working, and those are the people that asked me, could you do away with the surge and let's see how it works? And we'll do that. If we need to, we'll do it. But it's possible that we won't need to, and we will be focusing on other places like Chicago.
Matt Bigler reports there were protests this morning ahead of the expected deployment.
The Border Patrol literally arrived with a bang in the Bay Area. Agents setting off flashbang grenades to disperse a large crowd blocking the entrance to a Coast Guard base.
It was loud, it hurt people's ears. The people who were closer were coughing and saying that they were having trouble breathing.
At least 2 protesters suffered minor injuries. Rabbi Kat Zavis says they plan to continue standing up for immigrant rights, even if President Trump's planned surge of federal forces to San Francisco is being called off.
So we are here to protect people, regardless of what Trump says.
Matt Bigler for CBS News, Oakland, California.
Peter King reports some prominent NBA names are among the more than 30 people arrested this morning in 2 separate gambling probes.
The indictments are for allegedly rigged poker games, partly run by organized crime. Former athletes were used to attract starstruck but unsuspecting bettors. U.S. Attorney Joseph Nocella on the big names arrested.
Chauncey Billups, who at the time of the scheme was a former NBA player and is currently the head coach of the Portland Trail Blazers. And also Damon Jones, Jones, a former NBA player and coach.
A second probe involves betting on NBA games based on confidential information. Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier among those indicted. He was arrested in Orlando this morning.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio is the latest administration official to travel to Israel in support of the Gaza peace plan. CBS's Holly Williams.
That ceasefire has held more or less for more than 13 days now, although at times it has appeared to be teetering on the brink of collapse.
Asked today about a symbolic vote by Israel's parliament to annex the West Bank, President Trump said they're not going to do anything with the West Bank. On Wall Street, at the closing bell, stocks were higher, the Dow up 144. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Not only does Progressive let you bundle your insurance, they also give you round-the-clock protection. Quote today at Progressive.com.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A 24-year-old woman has died after being found unresponsive on a Bridgeport street. Police say Evelyn Rayo Mirena was found unconscious on Black Rock Avenue late Tuesday night. Paramedics performed CPR at the scene before Rayo Mirena was taken to the hospital, where she was pronounced dead. Police were initially called to the scene on reports of an unattended child, and the child was found on a porch not far from where their mother was injured in the street. The 67-year-old suspect accused of killing his girlfriend this week in Stratford has been arraigned. Stanley Mulvey of Stratford is charged with murder in the stabbing death of 62-year-old Megan McShane. A judge yesterday ordered Mulvey to remain in custody on $1 million bond. Family members of the victim spoke outside court and alleged that Mulvey had been abusive to McShane for years. Police in Monroe say the investigation into the murder of 8-year-old Renee Freer in 1977 is over, and nobody will be charged. Police believe the killer is a male known to Freer, who was a juvenile when she was killed with blows to the head from a large rock. Police sought an arrest warrant for the person for manslaughter, but it was rejected by prosecutors over statute of limitations issues. A murder charge is also not possible because of the juvenile age of the suspect at the time of the killing. And the Stratford Police Department has achieved full accreditation from the Connecticut Police Officers Standards and Training Council. For the first time in its history, the department has met all 3 tiers of requirements, with Tier 1 being liability standards, Tier 2 being professional standards, and Tier 3 being general management. In a statement, Stratford Mayor Laura Hoydick said, quote, "Their achievement of full post accreditation is a reflection of that commitment and a testament to their dedication to serving our community with the highest standards of excellence." I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound, a minor accident near exit 26 Wharton Avenue over the shoulder. Folks are slowing down before a peak. 95 northbound, plan on an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound, residual delays coming out of Greenwich into Stamford from an earlier problem that has been cleared. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf, Clover Cross, north and southbound. Very busy going into the West Rock Tunnel. And Route 8 northbound, a slow ride from exit 11 all the way up to the bridge. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Clear and chilly this evening and overnight. Upper 30s to near 40. Friday sunny with a high near 60. Saturday partly sunny and cooler with a high in the mid to upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, where there was no illegal gambling or gaming on this here radio station or show. Yeah, you just heard it there, top of the hour, the big story. And again, this is a big issue. Senator Blumenthal from Connecticut has talked about this, some of the evils and the lack of safeguards regarding players, college players, pro players, gambling, and you heard the news top of the hour there. The mafia, I'm shocked. Organized crime, the mafia, mixed in with pro players from the NBA and a couple of gambling busts here. Man, oh man. Are you surprised? Do you bet on sports? You know, pro sports gambling came into Connecticut, 3 years ago, I want to say? 3.5, 4 years ago? And a lot of people said, hey, this was eventually going to happen. And a lot of people heard from other people who said, well, it's a cost of doing business. You're always going to have some ne'er-do-wells out there, I guess. Now, again, it's important to understand that we're not talking about any of the legal gambling operators here in the state. So don't start screaming at FanDuel or don't start screaming at DraftKings or the casinos or Caesars or anything like that or MGM. No, these are players sharing privileged information. But again, just because people make big money playing pro sports doesn't mean that they're not immune to this. Also, I wanted to mention this. Remember when I told you about 3 or 4 months ago, as we get closer to a very closely watched election here in Connecticut, that's not even in Connecticut, but has a lot of connections to Fairfield County in particular, the mayoral election in New York City, with Andrew Cuomo, Zohran Mamdani, and Curtis Lewa. What did I tell you was going to happen? Remember that if he felt that law and order might be an issue he was having trouble on, Zohran Mamdani, who in the past has called the police racist and homophobic and all this, is now saying, well, I might reappoint Jessica Tisch to be the police superintendent. And she's done a great job. She really has. Which means that, of course, a lefty socialist pinko Democrat like Mamdani would replace her. But what did and he came out the other day, well, you know, she's done a good job. Maybe I'll keep her on. No, he ain't going to keep her on. But all of a sudden he starts to say that because he knows. He knows that people don't trust him on law and order. Because for some reason, New York City, that's doing really well, may actually elect a socialist who seems to have a cozy, relationship with the word intifada. That's a shock, isn't it? E. Frank is in New York. He's in Queens. E. Frank, how are you?
I'm very well, Paul. I apologize for misinforming you about the Zohran Mamdani citation. I got that incorrect. I don't know why they sent that from his office to my house, but I don't think it was a citation.
Listen, you got to get your pal Curtis Lewa to drop out, okay? Call Curtis. Tell him he's got to leave so it's a 50-50 race. Will you do that for me, E. Frank?
Oh, absolutely. I know him personally.
Yeah.
I know him personally.
All right, E. Frank, good to hear. So, listen, what do you think's going to happen? We're getting down to the end here, E. Frank. Who is going to win the mayor's race? You tell me right now. Who's going to win?
What I think is going to happen is the same thing that happened with our Queens District Attorney. They went into a contingency voting process where they found out that there were 5 additional ballots, affidavit ballots. What's going to happen with Zoran Mandani is that they're going to find out that it's going to go into a runoff with Andrew Cuomo, because right now it's 44% Mandani and 40% Cuomo and 20% Sliwa. So Sliwa is really spoiling everything because he's pushing them into a runoff.
We'll see. E. Frank, thank you. We'll see what happens there, ma'am. You may say, well, that's New York. What do you care? What do I care? How about all you people in Fairfield County that go into the city on a regular basis? And listen, I would love nothing more. Honestly, I'm going to say, and a lot of hosts of my ilk would never say this, I would love nothing more than for Zoran Mamdani to surprise the hell out of me. And in 4 years, I'll be here saying, you know what? The guy wasn't perfect, but he didn't play around with the NYPD. He finally dropped this idiocy of taxing the billionaires to death, and he's actually done some stuff about affordability in New York. I would give him the benefit of the doubt and say I was wrong in a heartbeat. And you know what? Honestly, I hope I'm wrong. My gut feeling, nah.
This fall, make your daily radio destination WICC. Your weekdays start with Melissa in the morning. Then it's the Lisa Wexler Show. The Download with John Kamal and Chris Williams. And Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Local news updates every hour, along with Fairfield County traffic and weather from meteorologist Paul Pioric. Plus, more local news and live talk on weekends, too. We are WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
This fall, cozy up to savings at Spectre Furniture and Mattress Gallery in Ansonia. Whether you're refreshing a room or refurnishing your whole home, Spectre Furniture's fall savings event makes it easy and affordable. And if your old couch or mattress has more lumps than your grandma's gravy, it's time for an upgrade. See what they're all about, or ask your neighbor. Spectre Furniture and Mattress Gallery, where tradition meets comfort. Trusted for 135 years. Thank you for shopping local. SpectreFurniture.com.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Smilow Cancer Hospital delivers the pioneering research of Yale Cancer Center, like targeted therapies based on your genetic makeup and groundbreaking clinical trials that offer hope when you need it most. All delivered by a multidisciplinary team dedicated to you and your specific type of cancer. Smilow Cancer Hospital and Yale Cancer Center. We're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open 6 days a week to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 860-645-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
A personal finance columnist came up with a list of regrets she hears from retirees. Guess what was on the top of the list? Wishing they'd had a plan for their retirement. And that's the kind of thing that David Gagnon talks about every week on his show, Mastering Your Wealth. Join him Saturday mornings at 8, right here on WICC 600. And be sure to check him out online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound, a minor accident near exit 26 Warden Avenue over the shoulder. Folks are slowing down before a peak. 95 northbound, plan on an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound, residual delays come out of Greenwich into Stamford from an earlier problem that has been cleared. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jam at Long Wharf, Global Cross, north and southbound, very busy going into the West Rock Tunnel. And Route 8 northbound, a slow ride from exit 11 all the way up to the bridge. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and chilly with a low in the upper 30s to near 40. Sunny on Friday with a high near 60. Saturday, early sun, late day clouds with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
He's here to make the Merritt traffic just fly by. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, we were supposed to have a special session in September. Then they said October. Now we're hearing maybe November 11th, 12th, around there. Why do we even need this? I don't know. I'm confused. I'll ask that to a Republican State Senator, Jason Perillo of Shelton. Back on the program here. Hey, Jason, it's Paul. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good, Paul. How are you?
I'm not too bad, Jason, but I'm trying to figure out this whole thing. So what is the rumbling here? Is there going to be a special session? Do we know that? If it is everything going to be done in secret? What's the latest you're hearing? What's the latest your caucus is anticipating?
Yeah, we're looking at a special session the second week of November, the 12th, 13th or so. Mm-hmm. As to exactly what's going to happen, honestly, it's too early to tell. Sometimes we just never know. But at this stage in the game, there are a couple things that look to be fairly certain.
All right.
The first of which, and that a lot of people are curious about, is there was this idea we're coming back into special session to deal with that big affordable housing bill. Mm-hmm. Well, it looks like that's not going to happen because there's really not consensus among Democrats as to what they want to do. There are some very staunch advocates for the creation of affordable housing and sort of taking local control away from communities. Mm-hmm. And those folks disagree with perhaps the governor's office that feels differently. So it doesn't look like that is going to happen. The other thing we're hearing very clearly is that there's likely to be an effort by Democrats to shift funding away from the I'm losing it for a second. Shift funding away from the rainy day fund mm-hmm. and move that into this perceived need for funding resulting from the the federal government shutdown. So whether or not that's even needed, quite honestly, Paul, is unclear. But quite honestly, the Democrats have an opportunity to dip into that rainy day fund. They feel as though there's a crisis, and they certainly don't want to let a crisis go to waste. So they're going to want to strip money out of that fund. So that's kind of what we're looking at right now that seem to be certain. Yeah. Other than that, we've got 4 weeks left till then. So 3 weeks, who knows? You never know.
Yeah, and I guess, Jason, and I talked about this earlier on the show, both sides seem to be dug in. There was another effort in D.C. to at least pass something that would pay some essential workers. That fell short of the 60 votes here. So, look, November 1, we're hearing that. You're probably hearing that for SNAP benefits, a cutoff there. I don't see how it benefits anybody, Jason, really either side, to have people go hungry. I would hope that cooler heads would prevail before that, just eliminate all that. And if we're going to argue about funding, tax incentives for health care, that's fine. That's a decent argument to have. But I don't know. My thought is you can't let people go hungry here. You just can't.
Well, and to your point, Paul, an argument about health care is an issue unto itself. But folks in need of assistance, in need of those SNAP benefits, mm-hmm. like you mentioned, they shouldn't be held hostage.
Yes, yeah.
And made a negotiating pawn in this process. there are folks who legitimately need help, and they're the ones being put at risk by what's going on in D.C. And quite honestly, the fact that Democrats in D.C. are trying to tie one issue to another at the expense of those folks who need the most help is pretty shameful, quite honestly, in my opinion.
Is there any indication, the guest is Republican State Senate member Jason Perillo of Shelton, any indication, Jason, that the tax incentives or the tax idea introduced earlier this week to try and raise the property tax deduction, do you anticipate any support coming from the other side of the aisle on that, or is this just going to be a non-starter because we're heading into an election year?
Well, I hope there's interest from the Democratic Party because I think it's a great idea. I think what House Republicans put together is really beautiful. It's an opportunity to provide that tax credit to even more folks here in Connecticut. Look, we always talk about the cost of living, right? Mm-hmm. And we always talk about the property tax burden here, and it's real, Paul. It is real. This is an opportunity to help people, and it would be a shame if Democrats in the House and Democrats in the Senate didn't take us up on that, because I think what House Republicans did is absolutely brilliant here. It's a great opportunity to help folks.
And obviously, finally, Jason, listen, if it helps a wide swath of people, then, and we all know how this works, both sides want to claim stuff. Well, then I don't get this. Both sides can claim, hey, we worked together on this. Look at this issue that we attack. It's not perfect, but it's going to ease the burden on people on both sides of the aisle. Common sense, right?
Right. Look, in a perfect world, you put it up for a vote. It passes, with bipartisan support, and everybody wins. This isn't about winners and losers here. The only losers would be the residents here in Connecticut if we don't pass this wonderful property tax relief opportunity that House Republicans have put forth.
And finally, Jason, I was heartened to see that it looks like Governor Lamont finally, with a lot of prodding by particularly you folks in the Republican caucus, has hit the reset button here on Pura. So let's hope that with all these new appointments to Pura, right, Jason? Shocking. Pura now has the amount of people it should have, including a former Republican state legislator, right? So let's hope for a good reset here, right?
Yeah, well, it's a long time coming, and he did finally get on the ball with this. So I give him credit. It took him longer than it should have, quite honestly, but here we are. And we're looking at a group of 5 individuals who seem to be pretty qualified. I served with Representative Cheeseman for a long time. She is really incredible, so I know she'll be a great addition.
All right, Republican State Senator Jason Perillo of Shelton. Jason, good to chat with you, man. Keep in touch, okay?
Thanks, Paul.
All right, there you go. So we'll see what happens. So apparently the housing bill is, well, we say apparently here. These are the reports. It's what we got from Jason. Apparently, the housing bill is not going to happen. And again, I'm not dancing on the grave of the housing bill, but again, if you're going to do something like this, you don't rush it. You do it out in the open. Wait till the short session next year that starts in January. It's end of January to February, March, and April. And listen, put together a housing bill. Pass a housing bill. If you want this to be an election issue, then go ahead and do it. But, thankfully this isn't going to happen. At least we hear now in a special session. It's interesting that Senator Perillo said that there seems to be still a gap there between what a lot of housing advocates want and the governor's office. So again, Governor Lamont doing his job as the state's hall monitor.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound, a minor accident near exit 26 Warden Avenue over the shoulder. Folks are slowing down for a peak. 95 northbound, plan on an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound, residual delays come out of Greenwich into Stamford from an earlier problem that has been cleared. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jam at the Long Wharf, go across north and southbound. Very busy going into the West Rock Tunnel. And Route 8 northbound, a slow ride from exit 11 all the way up to the bridge. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Clear and chilly this evening and overnight. Upper 30s to near 40. Friday sunny with a high near 60. Saturday partly sunny and cooler with a high in the mid to upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
I started working with K&J Tree Service about a year ago, and I know it can be really expensive to have tree work done at your home. But listen, I've had actually a tree fall across our driveway and keep us stranded in our home for 2 days before. I've had fences break because of trees that have fallen. You want to make sure that your property is protected. And if you are worried about the costs, well, this is the good time to work with K&J Tree Service because they are having unprecedented savings right now with flash sales like 25% off tree pruning. And they also have some really great discounts right now if you were to call them at 203-248-TREE. By the way, they do a free tree risk assessment as well. One of their licensed arborists will come to your home, check things out, and then let you know what their recommendations are. And there's no obligation to do the work with them. Give them a call at 203-248-TREE or go to their website, kjtreeservice.com, and book your appointment. Trust K&J Tree Service to keep your trees and your property safe and stunning. And take advantage of those incredible offers right now with K&J Tree Service. Go to kjtreeservice.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866.
Want to know how business gets made in Connecticut? Check out the Made podcast at voiceofct.com. It's the official companion to the Made Leadership Series. Want to stay ahead of the curve and learn from top minds? Check out Connecticut-made.com and get made.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Democrats and Republicans have dueling plans to help federal workers as the government shutdown continues, but they can't even agree on those. Correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns.
This is another instance of trying to fund the government by piecemeal and still politics getting in the way.
President Trump has called off the federal surge in San Francisco after talking to the mayor and business leaders there.
San Francisco, I wish him luck, but we could do it so much faster.
The Department of Homeland Security said today the resources are now being redirected. Trump said efforts will continue in Chicago. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker has announced the formation of a commission to look into alleged abuses by federal agents.
Creating the Illinois Accountability Commission, a body dedicated to truth, transparency, and justice.
On Wall Street today, stocks finished higher. The Nasdaq was up by 200 points. The Dow Jones Industrials 144 points higher. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Governor Ned Lamont says the conviction of his former deputy budget director is a reminder of the consequences when the public trust is broken. Costa Diamantis was convicted by a federal jury yesterday on all 21 corruption charges he faced, including extortion and bribery. Lamont says that after he fired Diamantis in 2021, he ordered that immediate steps be taken to make sure this type of corruption cannot happen again. The charges were related to the role Diamantis held running the state school construction grant office. Outside court, Diamantis lamented that it was a, quote, clean sweep, and said the jury clearly believed prosecutors and not him. In a conversation with WTNH-TV News 8, Diamantis' attorney, Norm Pattis, echoed the sentiment.
It's a disappointment.
We look forward to post-trial proceedings and appeal.
Pattis says he expects a term of at least a decade in prison to be handed down at sentencing on January 14th. The death of a man at a Milford homeless encampment in August has been ruled a homicide. The state medical examiner says 57-year-old Joseph Kane died from smoke inhalation and thermal injuries at an encampment behind the Lowe's store on Old Gate Lane. Another resident of the encampment and a firefighter were injured during the blaze. Police say the investigation into the death is ongoing and no arrests have been made. A new Quinnipiac poll shows that U.S. voters blame Republicans slightly more than Democrats for the ongoing federal government shutdown. The poll from the Hamden College shows that 45% of voters blame Republicans for the shutdown, and 39% believe Democrats are more responsible. 11% say Democrats and Republicans are equally responsible for the shutdown. Among independent voters, 48% blame Republicans more for the ongoing issues, with 32% blaming the Democrats. However, regardless of blame, both sides of the aisle will need to find a way to compromise if they hope to end the shutdown. At a recent media event, 3rd District Democratic Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro expressed a need for reconciliation.
Democrats and Republicans have to deal with the issues that the American people are facing. Let's try to come to a conclusion, as we have done historically.
Governor Ned Lamont has committed to using state surplus funds to keep multiple federally funded programs going, but has said that if the shutdown continues into November, that SNAP benefits will no longer be available.
It does seem pretty mean-spirited to cut off SNAP benefits at the very same time you're furloughing hundreds of thousands of people and asking them to work without pay.
Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal says new U.S. sanctions on Russian oil companies are a step in the right direction. However, Blumenthal says it's nowhere near enough to stop Russian oil and gas revenue from fueling its murderous war machine. He says this needs to be followed by major sanctions like a bill that seeks to stop China, Brazil, and other countries from buying Russian oil. He says until tough sanctions are imposed, Putin will continue to stonewall and slow walk the U.S. The state has approved Milford's plan to install speed and red light enforcement cameras around the city. The DOT has given the okay for enforcement cameras in 9 locations in Milford. Milford Mayor Tony Giannatasio has been a major proponent of the cameras, not only for their assistance with public safety, but also their potential help with police work.
If there's a stolen vehicle and it comes up on the camera, the LPR reader, the police will be able to dispatch in real time. And actually, most of the crimes that are being committed are with stolen vehicles. Not only retrieve the stolen vehicle, but we will be able to stop a crime possibly in progress.
The 3 red light cameras will all be on the Boston Post Road at intersections with Cedarhurst Lane, High Street, and North Street. Speed cameras will be on the Boston Post Road, Gulf Street, Merwin Avenue, Milford Road, Orange Avenue, and Woodruff Road. The website Consumer Affairs says Connecticut is the 6th best state to raise a family. The state's ranking improved from 25th place in 2024. It notes Connecticut had the 3rd lowest percentage of children who did not get preventative care last year. Academic performance and school funding are both ranked 3rd in the country. New Hampshire was ranked the best state to start a family. And a groundbreaking ceremony took place yesterday for the new Residence Inn by Marriott at Steel Point Harbor. Bridgeport has been without a major hotel for years, and the construction of the Residence Inn is just one of many projects now underway in the ongoing renovation of Bridgeport's east side. Multiple city and state officials, including Mayor Joe Ganim, spoke at the ceremony.
It's a big day for Bridgeport. It's a big day for Connecticut. It means a lot when you see this type of collaboration, grassroots up to including the federal government coming together.
Governor Ned Lamont pointed out the renovation of the east side also includes new housing units currently under construction and the potential creation of an MLS stadium with the hopes of bringing another professional sports team to Connecticut.
Look what it is today, and look what it's going to be tomorrow. This is a place where people want to be. This is a great location. I mean, a short walk to the train station, short walk to the airport. Go get yourself a cup of coffee, and you can live right here. I love it.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, just over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway isn't much help right now. New Haven, 95 south, heavy congestion through Long Wharf. Well, across north and southbound, you got it on both sides going into the tunnel. Same on Route 8 going into the bridge, and 84 eastbound, more volume delays through Danbury and again through Newtown. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and chilly with a low in the upper 30s to near 40. Sunny on Friday with a high near 60. Saturday, early sun, late day clouds with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Fairfield is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, open phones if you'd like to chime in here for another, 22 minutes and 55 seconds. We shall be, at your beck and call, 203-333-9422. 333 WICC. I'm interested. A couple of very interesting state stories here. How about this? Now, I'll give it 12 hours before the far left of the progressives here in the state go nuts about this. This is from the state. So this is a government agency here in the state, deep, as in I'm in too deep. The Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. Are you sitting down for this? Seriously, I'm not laughing here. I'm not joking. DEEP is launching informational process, to explore, you ready for this? New nuclear energy capacity in Connecticut. Oh, my God. The lefties are going to go nuts. The Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection is launching an info process to explore new nuclear capacity in the state, advanced nuclear reactors, including small modular reactors. Somebody mentioned this on my show a few months back. Fusion machines and other advanced designs are gaining considerable national interest. As a potential source, it says here, of safe, firm, dispatchable, here's a new one, never saw that, dispatchable carbon-free generation. Yeah. I guess there are some nuclear reactors that are about as big as the trailer on an 18-wheeler, maybe a little bigger. Because I remember somebody mentioned that to me, and they're being used in municipalities now. So how about that? Now, you watch. I'm sure tomorrow, on Friday, as we wrap up the week, and maybe I'll be wrong, but you wait until, a certain segment of the progressives in this state, they're going to go nuts. Nukes. Oh. And again, the technology is such that you don't have to build like a millstone-sized scenario here. It can be, some of these nuclear reactors are the size of like a big rig trailer. There's a company, I'll try and, because even if you don't get the science of it, I found the website fascinating. I'll go home and look for that. So good. Yes. My God, yes. Now, again, we're heading into an election year. So, energy, this is an interesting way heading into an election year for maybe the governor to say, hey, I heard you on the energy thing, right? Yeah, I know people yell and scream, but I heard you. So we're looking into everything, including these modular nuclear reactors. Good on him. But, man, the Sierra Club, that right now I can see them screaming. I can see and hear them screaming. Bob in Trumbull's here. Bob, good afternoon. What's up?
Reverend. Well, the new thing, the small nuclear reactors, they power submarines, they power aircraft carriers, and that works.
Yeah.
But one of the reasons I called was you were talking about Mondami getting elected mayor in New York?
Possibly.
That would actually be good for Connecticut.
Well, they're saying so. Could be.
It'll raise the home prices, so the people that are retired and want to sell and get out of Corrupticate.
Yeah.
So they can make more money.
Yeah.
Because people went out. It'll be good for the theaters because the plays in New York will want to get out because it's too dangerous in New York.
Yeah.
And then office space will be good for
Stamford, Norwalk, Greenwich. Absolutely, yeah.
For Bob Cinto, who does the traffic.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
So it would be good for Connecticut.
So you're liking that. Huh? Now, Bob, I want you to hang on after the break here. I'm going now, Bob. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Now, we have an announcement coming up after the break. Bob, I know you're still listening. I had to run. Bob from Trumbull will if you know what Bob's usual outro line is, we will give you a news story that is connected. Bob, hang in there directly to that.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Did you know tens of thousands of mothers, fathers, children, and seniors right here in Southern Connecticut face food insecurity? Moms going without so they can feed their children? That's why the Bridgeport Rescue Mission is relaunching their mobile kitchen, so they can deliver fresh hot meals directly into our streets and communities that need it most. Please help the relaunch of the Bridgeport Rescue Mission's mobile kitchens. Give today to bridgeportrescuemission.org, because no child, no senior, no human should ever go hungry.
October 10th is World Mental Health Day, and this year we're saying thank you, therapists, because behind every breakthrough, supportive moment, and small win is a therapist who showed up and made a difference. BetterHelp therapists have supported over 5 million people globally on their mental health journeys. That's millions of stories, millions of journeys, where a therapist showed up, listened, and helped someone take a step forward. Moments in therapy, like the right question, a safe space to cry, or a small win, can change lives. With more than 12 years' experience and the world's largest online network of qualified therapists, BetterHelp makes it easy to match with the right therapist online, the one who can make a real difference. If you're ready to find the right therapist for you, BetterHelp can help you start that journey. See for yourself. Our listeners get 10% off their first month. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword ABC Radio. That's keyword ABC Radio after calling pound 250.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, just over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway isn't much help right now. New Haven, 95 south, heavy congestion through Long Wharf. Over across north and southbound, you got it on both sides going into the tunnel. Same on Route 8 going into the bridge. And 84 eastbound, more volume delays through Danbury and again through Newtown. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear and chilly this evening and overnight. Upper 30s to near 40. Friday, sunny with a high near 60. Saturday, partly sunny and cooler with a high in the mid to upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Grab your smartphone and get our app so you don't miss any of the conversation. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli continues on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. We just heard from one of our regulars, Bob, who usually says when we're done, but I had to move on. We were short on time. Save the bears, deport the illegals, and what's he also say? Fly Avelo Airlines. How about this? Airport officials, this is from the Hartford Business Journal, HBJ. Airport officials blast Avelo. That's one of my favorite verbs there. Airport officials blast Avelo Airlines over their inexplicable exit from Bradley. Avelo Airlines is exiting Bradley International Airport, canceling Connecticut's only nonstop service to Montego Bay, Jamaica, in a move that has drawn sharp criticism from airport officials who say the carrier is dodging its obligations. Well, has anybody talked to William Tong yet? Have we done a welfare check on our Attorney General? Not a big fan of Avelo. The Connecticut Airport Authority said it was disappointed and surprised by the Avelo move to cease operations at the airport. The departure marks the second budget airline to pull out of Bradley in recent weeks. Spirit Airlines announced in September it's going to end service at Bradley by October 31, amid its second Chapter 11 bankruptcy filing in less than a year. Now, Avelo currently has 3 flights at Bradley: Punta Cana, Cancun, Mexico, and Montego Bay, Jamaica. The Connecticut Airport Authority is disputing claims by Avelo of insufficient demand for the Montego Bay route, citing load factors ranging from 80% in April to 95% in July. So the airport is saying, hey, those are good numbers. The airport authority saying in a statement, quote, the decision to cancel the MBJ route, Montego Bay, Jamaica, Mon, is inexplicable given the strong ridership, the subsidies received, and the airport incentives. Also, the airline's Houston route showed a 70% load factor in November when it launched in November of 2024, spiking to 96% before service ended after just 2 months of operation. Now, here's what's going on here. And we heard, didn't we hear from Avelo that part of the reason they were taking the contracts with ICE and Homeland Security is because they were having financial difficulties? So I know the airport authority is saying, well, look at the load numbers. Okay, but what are the financials here? And look, I'm not coming down on the side. I'm not criticizing Avelo or supporting them. I may fly them in the future. I never have. I haven't flown in a bunch of years. So I don't know. The CAA accused Avelo here of attempting to avoid its contractual obligations after benefiting from state incentives. They got a revenue guarantee from the state, marketing assistance, and waivers of airport landing fees and terminal rent during year 1 of operations. And apparently that is standard to new carriers that come to Bradley. All right, so there you go. I mean, look, I'm no expert in aviation. I can barely keep a positive balance in my checking account. But here's the thing, and if you think I'm wrong, text me or whatever, or call me. If an airline's making money on a route, right, if they're making appreciable money, not the load factor. I know you got to have keisters in the seats. I get it. But if it's a moneymaker, are they going to get rid of it? Maybe. I don't know. Is it a factor of, well, it's making money but not enough, and we'd rather get rid of this route than make just a little money, because getting rid of the route, even though it's a positive moneymaker for us, we'd rather spend money on another route? I don't know. So now Avelo is down to what? Tweed. Oh, boy. Oh, Mr. Tong, look out. Our Attorney General is going to be on the rampage on that one. Text message going back to our chat today about this NBA gambling scandal, and they're in bed with the mafia and all that. I remember this. Hi, Paul. Remember back in Yeah, 79. Remember a long time ago. 1979, so that would be 21. That's 46 years ago. God, I'm getting old. Remember when Willie Mays was barred from baseball for a while for being a goodwill ambassador and a greeter at Bally's in Atlantic City? Yes. Now, he had been retired. He retired after the 73 World Series, I think. So he had been retired. But, man, yes, I remember that. Commissioner Bowie Kuhn at the time banned him, quote, to separate baseball from gambling operations. A little different today. Yikes, yeah. I mean, it's happened over the years, right? Remember when was it years and years and years ago? Alex Karras on the Lions, he was caught gambling. He was suspended for a bunch of games or a year. Paul Hornung, too. Wasn't he? I mean, you talk about the golden boy, Paul Hornung, when he was on the Packers, he was suspended a bit, too. So, listen, it does happen. But now, instead of suspending people for the appearance of gambling, now it's like, hey, just a couple of guys got caught. No worries. All right, I want to end with this. And I saw this, and again, first of all, whenever I see something like this, before I present it to you people, I said, well, let me make sure this is real. And apparently it was. You remember Jen Psaki, spelled P-S-A-K-I, Jen Psaki, who was a White House spokesperson for, I think, both the Clinton and the Obama White Houses? Not sure. So she's doing the media thing, and that's fine. God bless her. Grew up in Greenwich, born in New York City, grew up in Greenwich, whatever, and swam for Greenwich High for a couple of years, I think, or whatever, in college, whatever. So she's on a podcast the other day, not just an audio, but an audio and video podcast, and she was talking with some other progressive women. Now, I thought, and maybe I'm wrong here, but I thought that if the progressive side or the Democratic Party wants to retake the White House, retake the Senate, retake the House, that they want to not do what the Trump people do or not be overly aggressive or just have a positive message. Instead, and I double-checked this is not AI, Jen Psaki, because they're all starting to worry about, J.D. Vance now. Trump's getting up there, he's slowing down a little bit, and the reason they're worried about J.D. Vance is because they think he could be a more, what's the word I'm looking for? A more modulated, a more surgical Trump. In other words, he'll be Trump without the Trumpian things that drive people nuts about him. But on policy, he's going to be the change. So the women, these progressive women, think that one way to get the message across is to say, I'm not kidding you here, I'm going to describe this and play it for you, to describe the second lady of the United States, Usha Vance, to describe the second lady of the U.S. as a hostage to her husband and say disparaging things about him. Okay, he's the VP, whatever, but then laugh at it, saying that the second lady of the U.S. Now, remember, we had Dr. Jill Biden. But Usha Vance is apparently a hostage to her husband.
The little Manchurian candidate, J.D. Vance, wants to be president more than anything else. Yeah. I always wonder what's going on in the mind of his wife. Like, are you okay? Please blink 4 times. Yes. We'll come over here. We'll save you.
What a creep. I wonder what's going on in the mind of his wife. Meantime, they spend 4 years kissing Jill Biden's rear end, right? But they say that the Manchurian candidate, and all right, I'm sure, look, J.D. Vance, former Marine, he can take it. but you got to beat on the guys. What? The second lady of the U.S.?
The little Manchurian candidate, J.D. Vance, wants to be president more than anything else.
Yeah.
I always wonder what's going on in the mind of his wife. Like, are you okay? Please blink 4 times.
Yes.
We'll come over here. We'll save you.
But remember, the Democratic Party, the party of women. Yes. Oh, women have a home in the Democratic Party.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, just over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Parkway isn't much help right now. New Haven 95 south, heavy congestion through Long Wharf. Over across north and southbound, you got it on both sides going into the tunnel. Same on Route 8 going into the bridge, and 84 eastbound, more volume delays through Danbury and again through Newtown. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear and chilly with a low in the upper 30s to near 40. Sunny on Friday with a high near 60. Saturday, early sun, late day clouds with a high in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Having the right winter tire matters. So take control of the roads this winter with a new set of Bridgestone Blizzak tires from Town Fair Tire. Town Fair has the region's largest inventory of Bridgestone tires, all at the guaranteed lowest prices you'll find anywhere. And with 100 locations, you'll find a Town Fair near you. For the guaranteed lowest price on Bridgestone Blizzak tires and the most free services for life, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune in to That Garden Guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, That Garden Guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, let's finish it up on the phones here at 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. The last 1 minute of valuable airtime goes to Frank in Trumbull. Frank, how are you? What's up?
Oh, Paul, I feel honored. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just quickly wanted to say how there's no place for gambling in professional sports. There can't be any tolerance for it. I think what they did, and a lot of people disagree with me, what they did with Pete Rose, banning him from baseball and the Hall of Fame was the correct thing to do. You really have to send a very strong message, because once it gets in, it ruins the sport. Look at boxing.
Oh, yeah.
Dead because of gambling.
Yeah. No, and Frank, thank you for the call. Appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, it's... And I'm sure if I took 2 more calls, they may be opposed to what Frank said, and we could talk about Pete Rose for hours. Yeah. It just, on one level, sports is entertainment. Right? It's a It's not the real world. It's entertainment. But on another level, even if you say it's entertainment, you want some confidence that it's legit. Like, don't lie to me. Bust your tail for all those people that paid premium ticket prices. All right, thanks, everybody, working hard on the show. Chris, and we're back tomorrow.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Day 23 of the government shutdown and more finger-pointing by Republicans and Democrats offering up doomed bills to pay some federal workers. Michael Wallace reports on the growing impact on millions of Americans.
Arkansas is warning SNAP benefits will be delayed if the shutdown doesn't end by November 1st. Teresa Robertson is with the Better Community Development Center in Little Rock.
We have clients come in all the time that talk about how I've eaten out of a dumpster 3 times this week because my benefits got cut off.
Meals on Wheels in San Antonio has lost $1.2 million in federal funding, forcing it to cut service to hundreds of seniors. CEO Vincent Farris says a local business owner donated almost $200,000 to help.
It's letting these folks know that they're not alone and people remember.
A B-1B bomber flew over the sea off the coast of Venezuela today, the second such show of force by the U.S. military in a week. President Trump was asked about the continued strikes on alleged drug boats and whether he would seek congressional approval going forward.